So here we go. Fun and excitement for all. Let's see if I actually went live. It looks like I am. Am I double casting? I am not. Double check there. I am not. Cool. Look at that. Pro streamer in the house. Let me get a tweeter tweet out there to where is it? Not Twitch. I don't need Twitch. I need Twitter. There's Twitter. And let folks know that we are live and getting ready for a fun-filled episode of The Vice. Come and join us. And let's get everyone tagged and labeled. I got all these peoples. I got a good guy pie. I got a bird versus plane. I don't have an Alicia today, but I got everybody else, which is cool. I'll have to see what I want to do with the cameras. Yeah, actually, I probably will go back to a 7-camera setup. And I did not put down my channel. So let's delete that. Delete. So apparently, while I'm a pro streamer, I'm not a pro tweeter because I can't even get my darn tweet out correct. Twitch.com/Dullskull. Hey, Brigger, how you doing? How are you guys and James and little brother doing? Danny, Daniel, dragons or cats? Good guy pie, bird versus plane, Alicia, Jeanette, and the whole 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's them. Cloak and Blaster, because they rock. Cloak and Blaster, Critter, Community, RPG, and now Tweet. There we go. Good, thanks. Ooh, San Francisco, nice. Great city, San Francisco. Let's see who else is wandered along. Ayami, welcome. How you doing? Slowly, we got our folks trickling into the green room behind us. We got a big episode today. Well, we got a big combat today. We'll see how long it takes. And then after that, we've got Moss Hollow awaits and the mysteries that lie therein. And of course, as normal, I forgot to start back up my ye old Chronos. So let's get that going right. And hey, Tanya, how you doing? So Chronos is doing its thing. Bummer, what's up? How you guys doing? Yeah, we got big old combat going on. In fact, I gotta remind myself of like all the different things and stuff and things. I'm gonna go ahead and turn off my Twitter so I don't get distracted by it. Yeah, I gotta remember what all this tree can do. He's got like a bazillion different things, and I just gotta remember what all they are. Because I've got that, I got that, I got that. I've got that. Because, yeah, that happens there. I've got that happens there. Right. Man, I put some nasty things on this tree. Yeah, there's some scary stuff out there, man. I'm hoping that they figure it all out and make it through or run away as necessary. Oh, business meetings. Yeah, I understand that. It's like, oh, you're going to this great place, but you're going to see the inside of a conference room for 4 days. Yeah. As I said, we do not have an Alicia today. So I will be playing Luna. And, try not to get her killed. But, sort of deep, dark secrets of the old Glenspale swamp. And other fun, crazy things going on. We do have our buddy Dragons or Cats back, who I am hoping logging in any moment now. It is 2 a.m. for him, so I do hope he has recalled that he is up. I'm going to put out my 10-minute warning for my cast. Until live. And, So we shall see what all happens. Hey, Yami, oh, hi, how are you doing? Yeah, I know. She's like going off and having fun and doing things and not here on the Vice. What is up with that? Right? Am I right? So, yeah. Hope she's having fun. Yeah, I'm sure Luna won't die or anything while she's gone. Sure. Won't be a problem. Won't be a problem at all. Oh, man. I've got way too many windows open right now. Oh, I did, didn't I? I think I got it right when you hosted, and then I got it wrong when you started chatting. It's my life. It's what I do. Oh, has my thing been approved? Probably not. Oh, it did! Look at that! I've got my subscriber emote. I am pretty excited about that. Because I've got the one, my whoever I always subscribe to, Hotflex, which is sort of the flaming one. But I wasn't sure how this would come out because it's my first time like making one, and I just wasn't sure if it was going to be readable or not. But it actually came out pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. Because you never know if it's going to end up just being such a small, it just gets all pixelated and you can't really see what's going on with it. But yeah, no. Woohoo! So, look at that. Squall Flex. Okay, I guess it's tall Squaflex. Squawflex. It'd been nice to have been Tall Flex or Squall Flex, but whatever. They don't let you change that. That is not within my power to do. It is not. So, yeah, we got big old crazy combat coming up. I've got cast members theoretically showing up here at some point or another. Boy, I'm still down 2, 3. 6 players right now. 6 players or 7 players now. I have 6 players. Yes. That is how crazy it's gotten. How many players are in my game again? That, and now with familiars and all this other kind of crap. Good Lord. Craziness, I tell you. But yeah, I'm missing a good guy Pie and a Kyle. Should I bug him? I probably should bug him. I'm worried that Kyle, since he didn't come on until 3 a.m. last time, has not realized that we start at 2 a.m. and he came an hour into the session. Where's my good guy Pie? So, and of all crazy things, we're like at our half-year session. So you have to figure a session year or a campaign year is 52 sessions. This is episode 56. I'm sorry, 26. 56 is it blows my mind. It's out there somewhere. Hopefully we make it that long. We shall see. But episode 26, if we call a 52 session year, 52 session a campaign year, in our actual real timeline of the campaign, they've only known each other for like a month. I think we're going on 5 weeks right now. It's only taken us half a year to play that since we started back in November. But yeah, anyway, so that's a thing. And I bugged him. But, my only way to bug them is, hey, Calamity, how you doing? I finally figured out why I could never at you in game. Because I didn't realize your first, the first part of it was a lowercase L. So whenever I would try to do it, I was always thinking that it was like the vertical line. I didn't realize that it began with an L. Doing good. How about yourself? So finally, I have now intelligencized, but well, I think I'm gonna have to stall for just a little bit. Hey yo, look at there! Look at those guns on Bird. But so yeah, I wonder where my good guy and my Kyle are. Come on, guys. Where are you? It's like I talked to, I bet you he fell asleep. I bet you Kyle fell asleep. Yeah, I think you have to start with a letter. I think you can put other stuff in. Cedo8? What up? Yeah, all over the place. So what do we think? Should I switch over and let these guys do their introductions, and we can start doing the he is in chat, so he must be coming soon. I failed to load to the viewer list. Come on. There we are. Yeah, dragons are cats. I see you lurking. Where are you, buddy? Get in the call. Unless he, I wonder if he's been there since the beginning. If he's done the thing like I've done before, where I, fall asleep while watching, videos or such. So, since I'm going to have to do some scrambly cameras anyway, shall I go ahead and jump us over there? I wonder. Maybe we'll just do camera juggle while everyone is getting on here. I guess that's what we'll do. So, I will be back momentarily as I switch over. Okay, we're going to go ahead and switch on over. I guess we'll just bring the guys in when they... there's one. There's a good guy. Now, the question is how much you want to bet Kyle fell asleep in front of his computer? I'm just betting. Because he's actually in chat. Anyway, I'm going to bring it over, and we shall see, and we'll see what happens. So let me disappear off of this. That's one of the things I was worried about, too, if he actually realizes that it's not until... You're thinking it's 3 since I told him last time instead of at 2, since we're going to get him on right at the beginning, but we'll see. Whoop. So let me swap over to the scene. And yes, we have crazy things everywhere and every place. So no one is in camera. Bird is the closest. So we'll start with Bird. Bird, tell us about who you're playing and where you're from and who you are and all that good kind of stuff.
Great. I am Bird versus Plane. I will be playing Iskatal, a half-elf bard, and in spite of her 23 charisma, she is labeled as merely meh. She is doing her best to try to rewrite that. She's not having it with this new fella. Not yet.
And as Danny chokes on his food, he's the second closest to being in camera, so being a good server, as I always, good server training, and go to the guy who's got a mouthful of food.
Oh. I'm sorry, that was so funny. Oh my god, I'm Tunarth. I'm playing Kel, the Wood Elf Druid, who's currently a wolf and hopefully not dying today. And yeah, not dying will be good.
Not dying, always a good thing. So eventually we're going to get it. Dragons or cats here. It looks like I've got a Daniel pretty close. Mr. Templar Warden, tell us a little bit about yourself and who you're playing today.
So I am playing Templar. I'm playing Templar Warden. Yes. I am playing Templar Warden, who is playing Hidden by Axel, the Tabaxi wizard, also known as Axel. It's shortened down, but the curious, the ever distracted Furlich. He's actually not a lich. It's just a wizard. One day,
playing the distracted lich.
Ooh, shiny. Anyway.
And it looks like I can get Good Guy Pie here in just a second. Not quite yet. Stand by.
Quick update. Dragons Are Cats had an issue with his computer that is restarting, but he should be here in about 2 minutes.
Very cool. And there is a Good Guy Pie who... There's something different today. What is different about Good Guy Pie today? What is it?
Is it just the lighting?
I think it might just be the lighting or something. I don't know. What could it possibly be? So, yes, you are on camera now.
He hasn't spoken yet?
And you're muted.
Nope. Just doing a Templar, because why not? Anyway, I'm Good Guy Pie. I'm wonderful, I'm amazing, and all this, and I will be playing the even more wonderful, even more amazing Look, Go Dance, Human Blood Hunter, Adventurer Extraordinaire, and Smasher of Trees, or soon to be, as well as the Rock King.
Very cool. And in a moment, we will have, hopefully... Oh, I need to turn my video on. There's me. Hi. How are you? Instead of pictures from me from my convention that I went to, there's an actual me. I am your host, Tall Squall. As I said before, we do not have a Luna today, Miss Alicia in NG9, because she is at a convention having fun and excitement in the real world instead of in our world. But... she will be back next week. I will be playing her character for her, doing my best Luna impression. And, so...
Wait a minute, back up on that. This isn't the real world?
Yeah, that's right.
What is real?
Oh.
Yes, define real.
Is this real life?
Or just a fantasy.
Open your eyes.
I held back. No.
Look
we
up.
took me to it.
To the skies!
And eventually, we're going to have a
And
Dragons Are Cats right there, but of course, it's going to blow all the other cameras. So,
did we introduce Sylvia yet?
no,
yeah,
I did
don't
not,
forget-
because I'm still trying to get people in places. But yes,
Camera.
And
camera.
see!
there we are. We have Celia with a camera now.
Hey.
Hi.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, who you're
Currently
playing.
ordering
Pizza.
As you eat your lovely pizza,
She's ordering pizza.
as you're ordering pizza. So, are you able to tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do?
Yeah, I can. I play Celia Rillerin. She is the high elf rogue assassin who doesn't give a shit.
She.
Pretty much.
I'm gonna have to change the PG already. Jesus.
And so and as soon as we get him here, we will tell you a little bit about our guest player, who is Dragon Their Cats. But in the meantime, let's catch you up on everything that happened last session.
Actually, before we do that, can we have Jeanette do our
absolutely
charity plug?
Tell us a little bit about our charity for this month.
All right, so our charity is is Project Semicolon. It is a charity to help raise awareness for suicide and prep people with resources to help if they are having suicide. They have helped, I don't remember how many people. I think it's like 13 point something million people since 2013. Yeah, I did ask Jay to put some resources in the doobly-doo down there. If you are having suicidal thoughts, there is the suicide hotline and the crisis text line down there if you need them.
These are, great resources, and don't reach out. There are people who are there who want to help you, and it's important. You're important to the world, and so if you need help, by all means, get it. And if you're unable to find someone or don't want to talk with someone in your family or friends, reach out to one of these incredible resources who can certainly help you with whatever you might be going through. So, very important charity. We're very proud to be supporting it this month. And there are items that you can do down below in order to affect gameplay. If you don't want to shop off the list itself, one of the other things you can do is just any level of donation can go right into the spell bank, which basically over the course of the month goes to higher and higher level spell, which then whenever the players decide to cash it in for a scroll that they'll be able to use as you do with scrolls. The other thing is now there are subscriptions available for what am I? I'm an associate. No, a not partner. I'm
affiliate.
Affiliate. Yes, I'm an affiliate. So you are able to subscribe, and as most of you might know, or as you probably learned about the affiliate program or anything with Twitch, is that it's normally a 50-50 split of your subscription between the channel and Twitch. Since we're doing this for charity, what I'm doing is basically matching it. So if you subscribe for $5 a month, or I guess it's $4.95 or whatever it is, basically what I'm doing is I am covering the Twitch half of it. So your $5 still goes 100% to charity, and your subscription dollars will go in as $10 into the spell bank. So you do get a little something extra for making a commitment to the channel, and we do appreciate it. And also, I now have a new cool emote. I got my own flex emote instead of having to totally go and barter off of other folks. So you get a cool flex emote. Anyway, so last episode, our party. Let me turn that off. That's driving me crazy having the extra window aperture up there until we get our buddy in here. Last time our party left and said goodbye to Sojourn's Crossing, which they had basically been at probably for the last 2.5, almost 3 weeks. It's sort of been their base of operations, to head towards Moss Hollow, which is a location that they have heard much about. Anonymous donated $50. Oh my gosh. Agatha's souvenir bin item to Cilia for picking Project Semicolon. Natural 20s to be used by the rest of the players here today. So is that right? Does that math work out right? So a souvenir bin is 25, and then for nat 20s would be 5 more nat 20s. So I guess there are 5 nat 20s banked for the party that you are able to call upon and use. Let me get out my little notepad so I can write this down. So that we don't forget. Pro streamer, having my notepad ready. And so there are 5 nat 20s in a bank that you can call upon to use when you need them. And Cilia, you need to roll me on Agatha's souvenir bin. Let me get it up real quick so I can tell you what that roll will be.
Crunchyroll. Have I told you about Crunchyroll?
Treasures. Where is it? Party potion. Nope. Random scrolls. Warwick's. There it is. Okay, so I need you to roll me a D58.
You know what else is amazing?
Dragons and cats.
And dragons and cats. Yeah.
No.
A 9. Wow, this is
Bless you.
cool. So you have received a brooch of shielding, which has got to be cool.
Yes. Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
I was gonna say that's like big major thing, and especially for you as a rogue.
Okay, guys, this is absolutely perfect. The brooch of shielding, if you do not know, makes it where I can't be tracked.
Nope, nope. I got this brooch.
Oh wait, no, brooch of shielding gives me resistance.
You have resistance to force damage, and immunity to damage from magic missiles.
Yes. Completely immune to magic missile. So freaking Florian can't use that freaking spell on me.
That is true. That is very true. Florian will not be pleased with this. And there is a Dragons or Cats. Let me get you into a screen, and so we can show your smiling face and have people know who you are. So, 1 second, and then you can introduce yourself from Down Under. In my most horrible Australian accent ever, because that's what I do.
Australia.
Yeah.
All the way from sunny Australia.
You know, just with a wink and a point like you just did, I already hate you.
Hold on.
Well.
Down under. Hold on. I'm not seeing anything down under. Hold on.
But I mean, there's not much to see.
So, Dragons or Cats, you now have a camera. Tell us a little bit about yourself, who you're playing, and how you came to this crazy world. Is it life or is it just a fantasy?
Okay, alright. Hello, everyone. I am Kyle, aka Dragons Are Cats, and I am playing Ishkrin, the Ladrin Warlock, the so-called Sweeper. And he has come to this world. He's been here for quite a while after a series of unfortunate events led to this weird extraterrestrial entity, this elf, coming into the Vice. And it's his job to track down what's happening. Why the magic, why the weave is just so distorted here, and solve this problem. Otherwise, kablooey.
Pretty much. Good guy, you are tiny, teeny, tiny in your camera.
There's that face.
There's that face.
Sorry I'm late to the party.
I'm hiding it.
Yeah. And so, with that, we will get back to a little bit. So our party left Sojourn's Crossing, as I said, and they headed out towards a place called Moss Hollow, which they had heard about after sort of, what do we call it? Raiding Reginald's Tower, going in for help, but discovering that this crazy magical tree had grown up through the middle of the tower and destroyed most everything. They also learned about a tiefling named Valturian who has something to do with this organization that they've only heard a little bit about through a eavesdropped conversation between the members of the Arcana Mystica, that they are some sort of, all but, according to Arcana Mystica, a terrorist organization that have done pretty awful things and need to be stopped, but have sort of dropped off the face of Laragoth, that's the name of the continent that we're on, for the last couple decades. Apparently not completely off, because it seems as though one Valturian is a member of this organization. They've recovered some tomes, somewhat religious in nature, or seem to be kind of religious in nature, talking about sort of the beliefs of, or just the history of this organization known as the Indigo Seed. Very difficult to translate. They've gotten some of it done. But on their way to Moss Hollow, they bumped into our buddy Iskrin, this crazy, just sort of all but gibberish talking Eladrin, talking about the Weave, talking about Weave Quakes, talking about how he's trapped, that normally he's able to teleport around and now can't get there. Also, how he was trying to get into this swamp because there is some disturbance in the Weave that he is unable to really get a handle of, which has him very confused. He wants to get off this rock, and also has lost his partner, so he is right now somewhat powerless to get off this rock. He's pretty frustrated, just needs a little bit of a helping hand, which our party has decided to, if for no other reason than to make him go away. On the way to Moss Hollow, they picked their way through the swamp, narrowly avoiding some of the pit traps and horrors that lurk there, finally making it to a clearing beyond which apparently Moss Hollow lies. However, in the center of this clearing, they found a specimen of the very same type of tree that they saw in Reginald's Tower that had destroyed the place, dampened magic, and basically was overall, I'd say, bad news all around. And this sort of live and kicking guardian has been awoken by the passage of Valturian, apparently, and is now guarding the gates to Moss Hollow. So we are going to pick back up. They have entered into combat, basically just sort of a couple rounds worth, getting themselves into position to take on the Indigo Guardian of the clearing. And with that, we are going to jump right back into it at the top of the round of combat. And let's get our music up. And here we go, guys. The turn order begins with Kel. Just to reset the stage, first couple of rounds, basically you saw this tree with long vines out of its boughs, almost a 60-foot tall tree, 15-foot diameter trunk, reach down into the swamp and pull out these sort of globs of dirt and then throw them as they flew through the air. Basically, wow, that's really loud. Sorry, guys, if I'm killing everybody. and threw them through the air. And as they landed, they became these living thralls, similar to the ones they had seen in Reginald's tower. But these seem to be a little bit more hardy, and also most notably seem to be able to shrug off fire damage, whereas before that was sort of the main weapon they used against them. However, in our last round, good guy Pi, Luck Goldheart, using his Crimson Right to conjure lightning on his blade, realized that this sort of mass of vines and water and muck is not a big friend of electricity, and it seems to conduct very easily through their forms, which could become quite useful. They do have with them Tian, Thandriel, which is the bronze dragonleaf tree that is currently on a disc that is following Axel around. He has released some of these living candles that he had seen before. Hey, Tree Hugging Druid, just subscribed. Thank you, Celia. Woo! So I will be putting up when we get at our break. I've got 2 subscriptions to put in, and we'll bump up the spell bank. I think our next level is until 200 though, but we'll get that captured. You see these living candles that you had witnessed in the basement of Reginald's leap out of Axel's bag and start running across the field toward the tree itself, as Tian is lending in his aid to this battle as well. Also, during the course of the first 2 rounds, you found that this whole area, the ground itself, perhaps influenced by the roots of the tree, has been sort of rising up against you. Attacks that have drug you closer into the tree, and also one that tried to swallow up Kel and his wolf form. So with that, we swing back around to Kel's turn, having just, I believe, I can't remember, it was Luck that killed the one. Luck killed the one, but having just evaded being sucked down into this swampy ground. And we go to you, Danny.
All right, so I am going to move up next to Luck and attack this thing that is attacking him.
Okay.
And all of us collectively, but him specifically. And I'm going to bite at him with advantage because of pack tactics.
Yep. 19 will definitely hit. For 15 piercing damage. Tell me how you rip this one asunder.
Oh, I just kind of dive into its middle section and grab a hold of, some part of the core of the vines where it is, and just bite through them, severing the top half structurally from the bottom half, so it just collapses and becomes an inert pile of vegetation
and goo. Exactly as you said. You basically just bite it, shake it, and it just disintegrates into just this pile of vines and twisted mess on the ground. Next up is Luna.
I do still have movement.
You do have movement. Yes, because you have 50, correct?
I do. So I only moved 15. So 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
That will be difficult terrain going across.
Okay. So 45 and 50.
Okay. You do see that one that you move next to is you're just getting between?
Yes, I'm not moving next to it.
Gotcha. Cool. So on Luna's turn, seeing that Kel is up here with Celia and the others, but also knowing that it's need to move down and try to get close to the tree, she hops back onto her little ice raft and then moves 30 feet downstream, which will take her to there. she is going to. She's not quite where she wants to be yet. And she does not have ranged attacks. She is going to go ahead and dash then. Use her dash action to go ahead and swing around the corner here. Yeah, she's going to move down further to get in position right there. And with her ice raft underneath hers, not quite, but all but bridging the area right here. Next up is the Guardian. What does he want to do? So, he's going to do what he loves to do, and going to throw 2 more swamp puppets out. One right here, and another one 20 feet, and another one right here. This one is going to run up to engage Luna. This one is going to run up and try to engage Iska. I will say, because the way I dropped him, that the candle has an opportunity attack. If he can do anything. He can. Let's see if he gets it. On a 13, he does not. You do see one of the candles sort of poke out this weird little thorn out of it, but is unable to connect with the with this thrall. This thrall is going to try to make an attack on Luna. And on a 22 is going to hit. For 8 slashing damage. And Luna needs to make a dex saving throw. Dex saving throw, which she has advantage at, for a 12. She does not make it. She becomes entangled within these vines as they wrap around her, just whoosh, cover all around, wrapped around her neck, her throat, down around her body, as she becomes entangled in this vine that this thrall has attacked her with. The next one, next to Iska, is going to try the same thing and is going to make a attack. 19.
That hits.
You take 14 slashing damage. And I need you to make a dex saving throw.
$22.
And you are able to make it. You are able to get your arm up in time to just sort of keep it from wrapping around you, and it just can't seem to get you entangled, and so the vines retract back into it. I need to put a little symbol on her to let us know that she is got that around her. That is all of their turns. Next up, the ground begins to buckle underneath of you guys. Let's see. We got 6. Actually 5, correct. You are in the tree still, Axel?
Yep.
But everyone else is on the ground, so... Roll 1d5. On a 2. Oh, actually it's a D4 because Luna's on the water. On a 1. I need Iska. You need to make me a. You need to make me a either acrobatics or a dex or strength saving throw. So the ground opens up underneath of you, and you begin to sink in into the ground. Seems only be up to your knees at this point, as you are sinking deeper and deeper into the ground. But you are, for all intents and purposes, basically grappled as your legs, you're just sinking deeper and deeper into this muck down below you.
Great.
Iska, it is your turn. You are able to make another at the end of your turn. I mean, you can at the end of your turn you can make another attempt at your dexterity save.
Okay, well then, just in the span of that, you'll definitely hear like Iska cry out, because not only has she like sunk into the ground, but that hit she took was fairly massive for her. So just in like quick panic mode, she is gonna try to slash at this creature with her whip for a 16.
For a 16, it definitely hits.
All right. So that'll do 8 slashing and then 6 fire, which we know is reduced in some way.
Correct.
But that was definitely just a get away from me, please.
Yep. And
How dare you ruin my Arcana Mystica sash?
Oh darn! I can't. Oh, it's just. Oh no! Oh, I just better throw it out. Oh, boy.
The Houndtub whip swings out, and you see that slashes through, but then again, the fire just all but is extinguished within inside of this creature. Is that all you can do? Anything else you'd like to do?
I'm gonna look around because I do need help pretty quick, and with luck being the first person I see, I'll just shout out his name, and with that alone, try to send some bardic inspiration to him.
Okay.
Just to get me out of this jam quickly, and then I want to try to do that. You said a dexterity save?
Yep. So go ahead and do a dexterity save.
23.
Ooh, with a 23, actually, you are able to pull yourself up and free out of this muck.
Awesome.
So you are no longer grappled inside of this nastiness. Next up is Axel.
Alright, so Axel is going to notice that Iska wasn't help, although Iska got back out, but he's still going to he's still going to drop down from that branch, if it's safely enough, and head over towards where Iska is, all the while sort of commanding Tian to protect the people who get caught, help help Iska, help Luna.
Remind me about your disc. Does it always follow you, or you can control it up into any space 20 feet around you?
It remains, basically I pull it along as if it's on a piece of rope, and it's a 20 feet distance.
Gotcha.
So if I get out of 20 feet, it will move so it's at
20 feet, gotcha.
the distance, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, he is going to stop there. Is he in the aura at this point?
Yes, you do feel, as you jumped down off the branch and took all but one step, you kind of felt this sluggishness engulf you and engulf your magic. You assume this is what Iska and Iskrin had warned about. And that you will need to take extra care and time with your spells to have them go off as intended.
Okay, so, at this point is he capable of casting Chill Touch as action?
You have used movement, so if you cast it, you will be casting it in a hurried state.
He's gonna do it.
Okay.
But I am going to use an advantage for this. and he's going to just kill touch. Yes,
So-
kill touch.
Before you do,
Yep.
before you even roll me a 1d6.
Yep. 5.
Go forward with your casting.
Right. Touch on the creature in front of us, of course. 25.
25 will definitely hit.
Yep. 6 necrotic damage.
Excellent poker face there, DM.
So yeah, no, you see this ice. This is no. Chill touches the claw, right? You see this
Yeah,
claw
it's-
go screeching
yeah.
out across
Cold
and
claw,
bury itself in the center of its chest, and you just see this black blight and wilting that goes up through this creature, and it sort of curls over in pain. It is definitely almost between the slashing damage and this. It's almost cut in half, but is still standing.
Question. That's like barely 10 feet, really. But how much did it look like it sort of weakened in that time? It is a sort of the effect of the spell. in terms of
I mean, you
visually.
saw the claw shoot out
No.
fairly much as normal.
Yeah. All right.
As far as you were able to tell.
Yeah. Okay.
Isgrin, you are up.
Okay, so first of all, he's going to cast a spell. He's around his form. Blue light begins to highlight around him as he casts Expeditious
Expeditious retreat.
Expeditious retreat.
That's the one.
Okay.
Fast one.
are
One that
you-
goes fast.
Okay, so yep, that takes up your action. You're doing a slow cast, or are you going to be reckless?
Oh, Ishkrin's off. He's fast and loud. He's fast and loud.
So you're doing it as a bonus action.
Yeah,
I need you to roll a 1d6.
I will. See, when it comes to the weed and to magic, Ishkrin doesn't feel like he's bound by it.
It just fizzles and falls to the ground around you. It is completely ineffective. Your spell slot is wasted.
You're definitely not part of it.
At that point, he's going to look around and just see it, as it fizzles away. He's just like, "Dang it!" He's just got that look of just. He sees his eyes like kind of become like a little deeper blue, and he runs up to this guy, just running up as if he's going to attack.
Yep, use your pointer. There you go.
He can still make an attack action, or is his action?
That was his bonus movement. Yep. So you still have your action left because you did a quick cast.
He tried to.
Tried to.
Yeah. So as he walks in between, walks over to that dead body, that swamp creature, he's going to pull out his Crescent Moon longsword and just do a uppercut slash.
A 14, yeah, just barely hits. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Yes. Oh, damn, I didn't fix that. This is two-handed, by the way.
Yep. You should be able to click on it and do it. Yeah, there it is. 9 slashing.
Well, 9 slashing.
There you go.
I seriously don't know why.
Yeah, if you click on Lateau, it just like right there in the chat. If you click right below, like where the 2 numbers are, if you click there, I put it in for you.
It should turn like red
Yeah,
when you hover over it.
and then if you
I thought it
click,
was just
yep,
still good.
cool. Yeah,
Oh,
no.
yeah.
So yeah, you get a good hit on this thing. 9 slashing, 2 hands. You're pissed off. Your eyes are glowing blue, and you just all but hack off one of its arms as you come swinging around with your crescent longsword. It seems to be particularly vicious against this type of creature. Celia.
Alrighty. I'm gonna come over here
Yep.
and I will do this.
The rapier definitely hits for the 14.
And then
Wham! Holy cow, is that max damage for you? All but? Man, oh man. Tell me how you basically, again, you stick your rapier in. I'm going to just sort of go like you did last time, just like you did before, right up through the center of it. And as it comes out the top of its head, the whole form just crumbles and becomes just sort of like this pile of vines on top of your rapier.
All right, since that little one died, I'm going to use the rest of my movement and a dash to get over here.
You'll do it across the land and see if you can still make it, because if you run across the water like you did with your measuring tool, because
you'd be the Messiah.
Well, it would cost you twice as much movement. So you still have 30 feet of movement plus whatever was left of your original movement. So probably about 45. Yeah. I don't think you can make it all the way there, especially when you've got to go across. But you can certainly make it all the way down to be right across the stream there from Luna.
Okay, then I will just go there.
Cool.
And, yeah, that is my turn.
Luck, you are up.
Listen, look, heard the call for help from Iska, and he shall give the help. As he's like, I'm on my way! And bolts that direction, comes in with the war pick.
Yep. 22 definitely hits.
And then...
Again, your lightning just lights this creature up. And as the lightning arcs out of this and your war pick digs into it, basically just dissolves again into a mass of vines, sort of sparking as they go as he dies there in front of you.
As he's then gonna proceed to run up to there.
Okay. Next up is Tian and his candles. Let's see. The first one is going to run over and give something a try. It's going to try to make it across the little bit of ice bridge that is there underneath of her. It's going to make a dexterity. On an 11, it does not. It falls into the water and extinguishes. And just becomes this sort of bobbing piece of wax. I won't call it dead. What am I going to call it? Just not lit. What would be not lit? Fizzled. Whatever. Heartbroken. He's heartbroken.
Extinguished.
He's heartbroken.
Extinguished works. You used it right.
Deactivated.
That
also works. Yeah.
Yes. So basically, just becomes sort of this bobbing thing of wax. The rest of them will do their movement to try to get maybe in position, hopefully, to get them. They're not going to risk it. Artian, having seen what happened, isn't going to risk it. These guys can all move 20. Move down to there and move down to here. And that is going to be Tian's turn. And then with that, we are back to Kel.
Okay. Damn it.
Is that your whip?
I'm going to
Iska?
do.
That was me clicking the wrong button and not knowing how to undo it. But yes, my whip.
There you go.
Okay, so I'm going to need to stay on the shore as much as possible before I get down there. So, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, and
you can do you can do an acrobatics or strength for the jump, or you have to use dash to get across.
Let me do an acrobatics. Why not? Or
athletics, either one.
Or athletics. Yeah, athletics. Absolutely. For the wolf.
Oh, 23. Yep, you leap right across, but that is pretty much the end of your movement. Landing on the other side. Yep.
But that's fine because I'm next to it.
Yep, you are.
And does the candle count as an ally for pack tactics? but Lunad's next to it. So
Yeah, Luna's next. Yeah,
I was about to say,
Luna is what's
right,
counting as
right.
pack tactics. Yeah, I'm going to say the candles don't count as pack tactics because I don't
not
think that
active threat.
at this point they are not. They are seen as an oddity, not as a threat. So they're just sort
Gotcha.
of not paying attention to them.
Okay, well, either way, I'm biting with advantage.
So 20 definitely hits.
13 piercing. And if it's still alive, it needs to make the DC 13 strength saving throw.
Yep. It makes an 18. So
yes.
it stays up.
And
It
is
almost seems
not
as though
good.
its feet are rooted into the ground as you try to attack it.
And that is my turn.
Okay. Luna, seeing the problem with the candles, is going to make a ice bridge for the party and for anyone who might need it. Near. Come on, let me move you. Ah. She makes an ice bridge. Let's see if I send it to the back, if it's going to go all the way to the back. Oh, no, there. People can go across it. Cool. So that is what she is going to do for her action. And that takes her action to do that. Yeah, I think that's all she's going to do. Next up is the Tree Guardian. As you have seen in the past, you see that this thrall that you had hit before seems to sort of reform as there in front of your eyes, as it seems as though some of the damage you have done has been healed. And with that, in addition, the tree is going to throw out 2 more of these puppets.
Throw out some shade.
Yep, gonna throw out some shade. One right next to Kel, one right next to Cilia, and they are going to attack.
The week without Alicia, and we've somehow exceeded our usual pun amounts already.
I know, isn't that crazy? Actually,
We're making up for it.
Luna needs to make a at the end of her turn. Give me a second.
I'm gonna say that you need quite a few of my puns to match one of hers, to be honest. I'm reaching really hard for some of them.
So, breaking a grapple's
Also,
strength,
Shade
correct?
River is a critical hit, but yeah, whatever.
Use strength to break a grapple, correct? Strength check.
Grapple, it's athletics or acrobatics.
In this case, because these vines, I'm going to say, and since they've already got a hold on it, it's got to be a strength. So Luna's going to roll a strength. I guess she has breaking a grapple is a check, not a save, right?
Yeah, definitely.
On a 21, though, she does break, is able to rip these vines away from her neck and gets herself ungrappled by this. And as she does so, you see her breathing heavily, and she yells out, "They strangle you!" And continues, then makes her ice bridge. So the 2 attacks, this one is going to be against Kel with a nat 1. The other one next to Kel is going to try to work on Kel again. 16, does that hit?
Believe it does.
On your wolf?
My wolf. Yeah. 16 hits.
So for 10 slashing damage, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. On 11, the vines wrap around your neck, choking off your air supply, and you are currently suffocating, Tunarth.
Okay.
So, Next up is this one against Cilia is going to make its Vine Garrote attack upon her and makes a natural 1. So, yeah. It just vines are like all up in the air going everywhere and it doesn't do a very good job. Next up, I need everybody to make a dexterity saving throw. Everyone on the ground needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
I'm just double checking something. Okay, it's checks.
I think a handful of people have the inspiration if anybody needs to use it.
Yeah. I was...
yes, I still have mine from last game.
Jay, I'm just going to confirm with you. Checks don't mean saves, right?
No, I need a save because some people are proficient in their saves. Yeah.
No, I'm just asking because of my rapidity. It gives me a disadvantage in checks.
No, checks are not saves.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my last inspiration that I have.
I'm going to use an inspiration as well.
So that makes it 19.
Okay.
Also using an inspiration. That's a D12.
Yep.
9.
23 for Iska now.
Okay. So
don't want to go back in
what's your total? Let's just start. Iskrim, what was your total?
15.
15. You get roots come up out of the bog as they did earlier, grab onto you and pull you closer into the tree. I need you to move to that square right there. That's measured out for you. I got it measured, just drag to it. Can you see the arrow?
Yeah.
Okay, I just didn't know. Yeah, I just didn't know. I didn't know if it did. So, Axel, what did you make?
A 19.
19. You get pulled 15 feet as well down to that square.
All right.
I guess Tion gets pulled with you. Iska, you're like in the 20s, right?
Yeah, 23.
Yep, you get pulled to there. Luck. What'd you make? Total.
Big rolls here.
16.
You get drug as well and pulled across this this water and this muck down to that spot right there.
My shoes.
Ooh, my food is here.
Ooh, pizza.
I got 19.
Okay. Luna gets moved as well. In closer. Kel, what was your final total?
14.
14. You get pulled right up next to the tree, all the way into underneath of its boughs. Whoops, sorry. All the way down to there. You are underneath the boughs of the tree, right up against the trunk.
I have a question for you then.
Yes.
Because this thing that I was next to was strangling and suffocating me. Does it come along with me, or do these vines pulling me break me free of its grasp?
It actually is going to get drug along with you. Because it being attached to you at that point. And then what did Celia say she made?
I think she did she say 19?
19, I believe.
So let me see, 15 feet. She gets pulled, into the swamp, and is right there underneath the boughs as well. And it made a nat 1, so it didn't get drugged with her. Boy, I'm never gonna be able to see that guy inside those trees. Woo! That's gonna be fun. Tion, actually, is he within 20 feet of you? Does he get pulled? He's still in 20 feet, so he basically is still sitting right there.
Yeah, I just moved him like the 5 feet he needed to move.
Gotcha. Cool. And so, again, the vines come up, pull you in towards the tree, and then let you go. Iska, you are up. Nice, Lemon TV. Yeah, it was nice meeting you, too. I was going getting minis for my real life game, and he
nice.
we met each other. He was looking for local games. You go, Iska.
All right. Can I like investigate or like take a quick perception check at this tree and see exactly like where these branches are trying to pull us to? Like what exactly like it's the center of this. But is
I
it
won't
just
even
the
make
tree
you
it's-
do it. I mean, it's obvious that it's pulling it, trying to get you close to the trunk. You certainly know from seeing what happened to Axel that coming into contact with this tree is probably no bueno.
Okay, well, that's fun and exciting.
Excellent.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna definitely try to move up a little bit closer, I think, just so I can actually help out people out. So I'm gonna rush up here. God, what next though? Oh man, and Kel is the most. I mean, Kel is being suffocated and is also being dragged down in there.
Correct. While you think for a second, I'm about to pop. I will be right back.
Okay.
Yes, I am being suffocated. I'm being dragged down into the ground, and I'm right next to the trunk of the tree.
Someone pitch for charity or something.
Can I mention the double TARDIS, double Doctor Who, double TARDIS? There was two TARDISes.
Pitch for charity as I place food in my mouth.
We are currently raising money for Project Semicolon, which is an organization dedicated to not only helping those struggling with mental health problems, issues, and suicidal thoughts, but also building better, more open communities to be able to identify signs of this, to be able to be more accepting of signs of this, to make it so suicide and depression aren't taboo. They can be openly discussed without fear of embarrassment or shame or anything like that. There's also several hotlines down there in case anyone out there is feeling these thoughts. Please reach out. Your story doesn't need to end. Please reach out. So yes, this channel is 100% dedicated to charity, and also all of your donations give us fun gifts. So you're helping people out, and you're also helping us out.
We need it.
Speaking of helping people out, good lord, what to do?
Resources down below are both resources that I have used personally, and I definitely recommend them. Oh my goodness.
That was I could hear that.
At your window?
Was
It's
that like-
terrifying.
Was
Okay.
that thunder?
Ah, fantastic.
Again, double TARDIS. Double TARDIS today.
Yeah,
Did you
just-
coordinate this?
They did. I
I-
must have.
They must have coordinated this.
Poker faces on.
They coordinated the TARDIS. God damn it.
The tree is bigger on the inside.
Oh, I didn't
We
even
are
notice
doomed.
that, Jay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so you're muted, I think, Jay.
Yeah, we can
Always
hear you
watch for
now.
what the T-shirt is.
Yeah. Some
So
wibbly-whiny, timey-wimey stuff.
confused and terrified, Iska doesn't really know much of what to do. So seeing that the tree is trying to take her friends in, she's just gonna take a pot shot at this tree itself just to see what happens. So just
Okay.
a crossbow shot at the tree, like the trunk of it. See if it, mostly just testing, see if it has any like defenses or anything. For a 14.
A 14 does not hit. This bark just seems so thick. Your crossbow just goes towards it, and also, but the bolt all but just bounces off and lands on the ground next to Kel.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of Kel, Iska cries out to him that he needs to break free, and he needs to do it now. Get away from there, as she sends some inspiration towards him. Please get yourself free, Kel.
Cool.
Break those vines that bind you.
Axel, it is your turn.
Okay, Axel do. Okay, so Axel can't really do much.
Oh, I just
But-
saw Slevin. Thanks for the sub. Subflex. So yeah, I need to add that in too. Cool.
So, Axel's quite afraid. He sees, Cal get dragged in. He's going to pause and take his time with this spell. He is going to cast Fireball at least at the upper areas of the tree.
Okay.
So got too many things open in the way. So yeah, pretty much center of the tree, but above where the group is.
Okay, yeah, up deep into the bowels of the tree.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
All the clumped together branches and everything, and he's going to fireball at 3rd level.
Okay. So
14 dex save.
Tree doesn't move much, so there is no dex save for it. This fireball slams in. You see that bead. Are you keeping it fire damage?
It's fire damage, yes.
Yep. You see this bead of red-orange glow go up through the trees, up past the branches, and deep into sort of the heart of the bough of it, and then this as the whole tree's limbs are silhouetted by this huge fireball that slams into it from the inside.
Nice.
Watch me heal it.
23. Wow. And it sort of shakes and writhes as this fire seems to take. Again, it's not like the other tree that sort of caught fire and burst into flames, but it definitely seems to have felt that a bit.
Hope is renewed. And that is Axel's full action. Full round to cast the spell. In the aura, I believe.
Yep. The tree is going to take a legendary action and throw a swamp puppet up towards our buddy Axel.
Of course.
And it comes running over at Axel and makes an attack.
Wow, he's actually going to get hit for once. I mean,
Oof.
It's been a long time since he's been targeted.
With a 10, I assume he does not hit.
No. It's fine, Axel's awesome. He's got plenty of lives left, man. He's a cat.
There you go. So that is the tree's legendary action. Iskarin, you are up.
Okay, so those vines and stuff around his legs are still there. He can't move unless he breaks out. Or does he get, pulled forward?
No, they let go of you once it pulls you forward, then they let go of you. So you're not grappled. It was basically just it's kind of who was it, Scorpion? Get over here! The tree's pulling, yanking you in.
So it doesn't impale you on the chest. Yet.
Okay. So, after that, Iskarin is pretty much, after seeing his spell fail and seeing this tree just alter its own area of the weave to an artificial sense that's affecting his and everyone else's, he's pretty mad. At this point, he's just going to completely ignore the little spawn thing and walk past it.
Okay.
Complete and utter stride to get towards the tree. So
it is going to take an opportunity attack as you pass by.
Yep.
You got this.
21.
Hits.
I mean, you got the
Smacks
attack.
him in
That's
the
what I meant.
You take 9 slashing damage, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Iskarin's like, so that was 9 damage, sorry?
Yep, 9 damage, slashing.
Yep, and dexterity saving throw.
On a 17, it's not able to get, as you stride by, somehow your mere presence, you almost just bat the vines around its way as it tries to reach up and strangle you around your neck. But you were able to pass directly by.
I just walk completely by it and stand to the tree and begin to glow as I use my Fey Presence. With this ability, I can, from a 10-foot cube that emanates from me, I can... Where did that go?
This is your scare thing, right?
Yeah, I'm going to use that to frighten all those within a 10-foot cube for 1 round away from me. Oh wait, does
Even
tree
me?
has a
Yeah, then I was going to say it has a wisdom saving throw, I believe.
yeah. But then I just had a thought: can the tree move?
You don't know.
No, I don't think they can't move. They take technically if the creature can't move and it's frightened, it takes defensive actions. So
No, yeah.
Correct.
We don't know it can't move though. It might pull up its like trunk like a skirt and like try to like.
something is all that much more terrifying.
At that point, I'm just going to say to it, in Elvish, you think you can be here in this sphere, alter the weave around me? This isn't going to end well for you. And I'm going to cast as a full action Hex.
So you're not doing your Fey Presence, you're doing Hex, or can you do both?
I could do Hex as a bonus action, but I've just decided I'm gonna.
Okay,
wait
so you're gonna
one
Hex it
little
instead?
more. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna Hex it instead.
And what does do I get any kind of save on that?
No. It's like Hunter's Mark.
Okay, so he's just hexed.
Yeah, you choose a stat to be cursed, don't you? Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
you choose a stat.
I'm gonna give it. Let's see. Constitution. I'm gonna Hex its Constitution.
Hex its Constitution. Okay, let me get a nice little hex symbol. I bet there's a little skull
Who
thing.
has the blight potion?
Okay, see that little skull that ended up way up over there in the river? That's its hex mark. So remind me.
Ishkan like extends his hand, like twists it around, and like there's a blue just emanates from his hand into a little ball. He just crushes it in his hand after you cast the spell. And yeah, that's Ishkan's turn.
In your mind, in Elvish, you hear back, "You know not what you deal with, sweeper."
You know nothing. Oh shit.
You know nothing, Ishkrin.
Snow. Had to be
Plot
completed.
thickens.
Oh, at that point, his face just fills with rage. Just-
Oh, if only he was barbarian.
he says, "Try me."
Try me.
Celia, you are up.
I'm gonna look at Axel. I'm gonna be like, good idea. And I'm gonna see Celia do magic for the very first time.
Nice.
Wait, she can do magic?
Go Weave Quaker.
She can. Oh god. So she can be invisible basically. She has a shuriken and she knows magic.
She's a ninja!
She's a ninja.
Ninja. Alright. I am going to fire bolt.
Surprise firebolt.
Okay. I assume shoot up. Are you shooting at the trunk or up into the bowels?
The trunk.
Okay, so you go ahead, and that's an attack roll, correct? Firebolt, yep. So go ahead, roll the attack.
Oh!
That you think that you're going to see her do magic. Is this a bonus action or is it a full action?
It's a full action.
Okay, so when you don't move, you went ahead and concentrated on it.
Yep.
Okay. So you're getting ready to cast this as you've done throughout your childhood, but this weird dampening field. It's almost as soon as your hand starts to light on fire, it just and the magic is just dissipated, sucked away.
If I search there.
Celia's just like,
Ishkan just yells out, "Damn it, Weave Quaker!"
Yeah, it's the damn weave.
Celia looks at Iskra and is like, do you want this in your face?
Luck, you are up.
Meanwhile, Kel.
Look, Goldheart is very confused with what the shouting is over there, but he can't hear it because he's focused over here, where Kel is being strangled, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we're getting him out of that. So we're going to run here, and we're going to attack this guy here.
Yep. Yeah, the all but invisible one, yeah.
Yeah.
Go
Like
ahead.
I almost forgot he existed, but I
Yep.
spotted.
Go ahead and roll your attack. 19 definitely hits.
Yep.
Yep. And go ahead and roll the lightning damage.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, wow. So, golly. So, your pick, you tell me how you get Kel out of this by destroying this creature.
So it's pretty much like entangled with him, right?
Yes. I mean, it's all
Yeah.
wrapped up around. It's almost like his form has started to engulf him.
Yeah.
You do see the wolf, its tongue lolling out. Basically, you can tell that the wolf is unable to breathe.
So because he wields the pick with one hand, so he has this other hand free. He grabs sort of this thing on like grabs it, sort of smashing his hand through it a little, pulls it back, and sort of gets his pick and just into its face. And then as the lightning comes in, he just sort of brings it down even further to sort of like tear it off Kel.
Awesome.
Take down.
Whoops, I did that the wrong way. I need to get Good Guy Pie back, like, in his screen.
The
No, it's good.
the wolf is suddenly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's that, if you've ever had your dog choke on something and they get that weird panicky thing in them, that's what was happening. With that, Luck.
I got a second attack.
You have a second attack, and did you still have a little bit of movement left, or did you use
I
all?
did. I have 40 feet of movement.
Okay, so yeah. Oh, that's right, with your
yeah.
rapidity.
Yep. So I thought I'd never be saying this in a while. I'm going to hit a tree.
Go for it.
I'm going to do a Cilia. Wait, that's why she's been training. She knew. I'm going to spend inspiration on that.
Go for it.
Let's use the ones. Let's use the D's. Am I feeling lucky? She gave it to me. I'll use the D6.
D6? D8.
D8. D8.
D8. You D8. You're leveled up. Yeah. D8. Come on, D8.
Unfortunately, I mean, you thought this was going to be this easy target, this big giant tree, but the bark is almost like iron, it seems like. And so...
Perhaps.
Good thing I have a pickaxe.
I mean, that's used for rock and not necessarily.
And as your pick goes slamming into this tree, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh dear. Let's spend one of those little nice advantages these lovely people in chat give us. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat.
So yeah, as your pick goes in, you hit into the bark, and you almost see this huge sort of splash come out of it as these black sort of sap comes shooting off of it, and you're able to just dive out of the way. And as you see it land on the ground, you can see the grasses just turn black from whatever this is, and hear a sizzle on your pick as though something is trying to almost dissolve it.
Don't let that touch you, no matter what. As he is not going to stay near that.
It's a dipsa tree.
It's a dipsa tree.
And guess which wolf is not biting that tree?
So I got to there. I have no movement left. All right. So.
Yep.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Next turn is Tian, seeing Axel in trouble. Tian, following his orders as he was told, is going to protect him and is going to do a leaf barrage. 15 will definitely hit. And you see as this... Oh, he's already taking some damage too. Basically, this thrall that has come at you, Axel, basically just gets shredded into tiny little pieces. It looks like someone put it through a lawnmower as it falls to the ground dead, as Tian has used the awful attack that you saw in your vision, Iska, being used against Luna, now used against an enemy, and it is pretty damn impressive. This candle goes running across.
Go candle, go candle, go.
Don't forget the rhythm, babe.
That's some hot tree-on-tree action going.
This one goes around here. Actually, this one, where was he? He was here, right? Wasn't he there? I don't forget where everyone was. That one just got there. That one just got there. This one came running around. This one stops here, leans over, and relights this candle.
Relight my fire.
Yep. And then this candle, having been relit, because these little guys are awesome. I need to switch these over so that I can say whether or not they... where is it? General options. Query whisper. Does a consume self and bursts into flame, doing 5 damage to this. Plus 5 damage, plus 14. As you see it basically burst into flames, and then unfortunately is extinguished and is gone from the field. As it basically explodes in a ball of fire.
You know, take candle.
But yeah, I saw what Iska did. You're right. It blew up. You're within 20 feet of it, so you take 5 points of fire damage as well. They're sometimes not the smartest things. Luna would take 5 points of fire damage as well.
Yay, fire.
Yeah, and I read that as a 10-foot radius, 20-foot cube is how I read that. So anyway, so that is, he saved you. His candles weren't the smartest thing on the face of the planet. They're out of his direct control that far away.
It's a big explosion.
They're trying, okay?
They're trying, yeah.
Kel,
Just
two
don't
things.
kill
I need
us.
you to do me a perception check. First thing to see whether or not you saw that splatter of acid.
I mean, it didn't by 1.
I did shout.
Luck did.
Don't let
Don't-
that. Okay, we'll
Yeah.
let that go. But on the other thing, as you were being choked and sort of fighting for your life, out of the corner of your eye, you do notice something under the water of these channels. You see these black ribbons of magic that are flowing through the river under the water and being pulled into this tree, similar to the lines that you saw back at the Tears of Tiamat and at Verdant Falls under the water there. However, instead of where those were green and the ones at Tears of Tiamat were golden and red, these are pure black.
Oh, okay. Well, first things first, I may not be suffocating anymore, but I'm still being sucked down into the ground.
No, you're not. I mean,
I'm not?
again, they let go. They just pull you forward. That wasn't the suck down attack. That was just the pull to the tree attack.
Well, but I was also being sucked down before that, wasn't I?
No, you broke. You broke free from the lair action of trying. Remember, you jumped out of the way.
Oh,
You're
okay.
not being sucked down.
All right.
Everyone's broken from sucked down so far.
So I'm no longer sucking. So right. Oh God. Sorry. Everything was happening really fast, and there's. Okay, I think I need to get out from underneath this tree and away from this trunk first. So, and now, are basically these lines that you're describing underneath all of the water channels?
They pretty much
everywhere?
are underneath all of the water channels everywhere.
Okay, so then, if I move away from the trunk, will it provoke an attack of opportunity on me?
You don't know.
Well, then I will risk it. 5,
Stop.
10,
Yep.
5.
So I need you to make a dexterity.
I'll take that as a.
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
All right.
You. It seems as though the roots almost try to pop up out of the ground to try to trip you as you are headed out. But unfortunately, you are able to dodge away from them with your superior wolfish dexterity.
Okay. 10, 15. So if I get here next to this guy.
Yep.
But in the water, am I in contact with the black ribbon of whatever it is in the water?
You are. Would you like
And
to?
am I?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to see what I can sense about it in the split second that I have.
So, as you've done before, sort of reach out to this black ribbon. Yes?
Yes.
As you do so, you see this ribbon. Well, first thing, give me a second. First things first. Let's do this right. I need you to roll a d6.
All right. Too much stuff.
I need you to roll me a strength saving throw. Okay. And then I need you to roll me a d4. So, 3 is going to be... Okay. This black ribbon courses up through your wolfish form, sort of up through your muscles and your musculature, racking them with cramps and pain as you take 2 attribute damage to your strength attribute. That is your druidic attribute, not your wolfish attribute. But as you are wrapped up inside of this, just as before you had learned your lay defense nature, you now have learned lay defense blight.
Ooh.
Damn.
And just so you have the mechanics, your lay harmony checks I now made a card for, so you can see what it takes to keep that up.
Oh. Sorry, I'm reading here.
Yep.
Making sure I get this. Really? What does the last part mean?
The harmony check is the other thing I just linked to you. Each round.
Oh.
And remember, this it's your human stats that are affected and that you're up against. So currently, your human strength stat is down 2.
Right.
So you need to keep track of those. Does not affect your wolf form. Affects your human form, even though you're not in it.
Okay. Wow. All right. Then, well, but this isn't a direct. I mean, that's a defense. It's a defensive thing, right?
Correct. It is
right.
Lay defense. It's blight. So you are
right.
You the rest of you see as Kel's form just becomes wrapped in like this black weave of necrotic energy, sort of with it sort of seeping off in small trindles. Iskrin, with your sight, what you see is where before underneath of Kel was all sort of this deep nature anchor of magic. You see suddenly where before sort of necrotic had sort of just skidded across top of it, suddenly just bottoms out and dives deep, almost down as deep as the nature distortion in the weave as he becomes surrounded by this primal death magic.
I look at the trait and I say, I'm going to make you pay for that.
While I'm still recovering from that, I'm still aware that, okay, this is still in front of me. Bite.
Yep. Go ahead and make your bite attack.
I don't have pack tactics at this point because it's only a candle.
Yep.
Right? Damn it. All right.
That's true. Elf form. 15 does still hit, though.
All right.
And he has to make a strength, if I remember correctly.
Yes, DC 13 strength.
He makes an 18. How much damage you do? 6 piercing damage?
Yep. Not great.
Yep.
Basically, this whole what just racked my body just kind of threw me off, and even though I bet it just wasn't with full strength, because my strength just got reduced.
Yep. So yeah, he's still up. You get a good bite out of him, but it's still back, and all these vines are writhing around it. Next up is Luna's turn. This is Luna. She's gonna dive in here, I think. She's got the ice ramp up. She's going after the tree. She's gonna go underneath of here, and she is going to make some attacks using you see her knuckles freeze up as her ice knuckles form around her, and she's going to make 2 unarmed strikes against it. A 19 is going to hit, and the 18 is going to hit, both with frost knuckles. A 9 bludgeoning, plus another 9 bludgeoning, and then plus ice knuckles another 3, and then ice knuckles another 2. So she's in there and she's just slamming it, just beating on this thing. Still, even with these attacks, these bludgeoning attacks that are hitting against it, they don't seem as effective as normal. It's not until the ice starts hitting them that they seem to really be taking effect, as that ice damage digs deep into this. But she also, as she's doing so, these splashes start coming off of this tree. As she is beating into it, this sap, this thick, horrible sap, starts to slam off of it. And she's going to use a D12 inspiration on this, because she would. She's able to dodge out of this first one. She then she's going to use another inspiration on this one too. We're going to burn right through these, and come on. Unfortunately, the second splash of necrotic sap does land on her, and you see this horrible black sickening sap just land on some of her bare skin and start to burn deeply into it. And not only is it's Luna, you see some of what, as it lands on her skin, does not seem to almost gets neutralized, but around the wound, this black necrotic energy starts to creep out across her shoulder as she takes, and I guess I can say it, she takes 9 total points of damage. as this her acid resistance as a water genasi did save her from some of that acid damage that she did that came flying at her. She's not going to take a third attack after having seen what just went down right there. I don't think Luna's out there. Would she take a third? I don't think she would. Maybe next time she'd do it with her quarterstaff. You can tell me for the next time around. I'm not going to take it right now because you realized after that burn, this is a dangerous thing to attack in this way. But she also does not have... She only has her darts. What do you think? Would she retreat or would Luna stay in there? I'll hear from the peanut gallery. What do you think? It's Luna.
Is she looking pretty like damp, like beat up right now?
She's under half hit points.
I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, would she risk that?
She'd be smarter than that to pull out.
She'd definitely be smart enough to pull out.
Yep. So she is going to attempt to pull out. I don't think there is no disengage with even to spend a key point, unless does Breath of the Wind do that? Step of the Wind, disengage, yes, or the dash action as a bonus action. So she's going to spend that key point to get the hell out of dodge, and use disengage. Having seen that the roots jumped up behind Kel, she is not. Did she move this time? She was all but right there, wasn't she?
She hasn't moved.
Yep, and she has 40 speed anyway. So I'm going to say she pulls back to the ice bridge back here. And that is Luna's turn. It is now the Tree Guardian's turn. Having spoken with our buddy Iskrin, you're looking at Iskrin. You're looking at the tree, and you see slashed down beside you one of the vines from up above, but for some reason it either between Cilia or the splash damage on Luna, unfortunately, does not connect. As this vine just sort of then goes ripping back up into the boughs from above you. And that is going to be its action.
Let me show you what a sweeper can do.
And the ground again around you begins to rumble. I won't even say rumble. The ground around you, like around your feet, you see these kind of weird little swirls of violet somethings. I need everybody to make me a dexterity saving throw. Actually, let's just do this one at a time, because this is going to be easier that way. So, Tree Hugging Druid. So, yeah, everyone else stop for a second, just because I want to do this, because it's going to get weird first. It's going to get weird really quick. So, suddenly, you see this sort of purple little tendrils rip up out of the water around your feet, and as a violet fungus begins to try to creep up your leg. 26 hits, I assume, correct? It does 3 necrotic damage.
3.
A 21 hits, correct?
Yep.
It does another 8 necrotic damage. 26 hits, correct?
Yep.
I'm scared.
It does another 8 necrotic damage.
Okay.
Good lord, what does it have on a bonus on this? Okay, I need to go back. Its bonus is wrong. I'm like, what the hell? Yeah.
You should know.
The first one hits.
Yeah, he actually just wants to kill us and he's pretending that he doesn't.
Sure.
I'm just here to break the ice, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're just here for comedy, gossip.
He's sort of, he's like, this is one of the new casts. He's going to be the replacement.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
He's just slowly
it looks like
trying to soften the blow.
Wow, no, but he's rolling. That's the problem. It's the second one. So here's a question. The second one, does a 16 hit?
Nope.
Okay, so you only take the first one. I need to change that. Sorry, I had this attack as with a plus 8 to attack. This stuff does not get a plus 8 to attack.
I'll put 16 back on my health.
Yep.
I'm scared.
So next, Iskrin. You did a 15. Okay, so the purple fungus does 20 hit.
Yes.
6 necrotic damage. 7 does not hit. It does not move on any further. You basically are able to brush it off of you. Who's next? Whoever wants to be next, give me your dexterity save. Okay. You make your save, but 7 does not hit, correct? No further attacks. Luck. Dexterity check. $19. Okay. Does a 14 hit?
Nope.
No further attacks. Who's next? Kel, 13. You did fail this. Let me just double check.
Yeah.
Yep, it's a 14. You did a 13. So, does 19 hit?
Yeah.
3 necrotic damage.
Can I impose a portent on one of these rolls?
Portent can be applied to any roll.
Does something have to have intelligence?
I have to be visible to Exmoor,
visible.
so...
With him standing in the water, I'm going to say no.
Okay. 10 times.
So 3 necrotic damage. And that one, you didn't need to do it anyway. And that one, so that stops. And no further attack. Has everyone gone yet? Axel, have you gone?
Nope. Can I use the banked nat 20, or is it banked advantage for the group?
We have 5 nat 20s.
You have 5 nat 20s for whoever wants to call and use them.
I'll call and use it for this. For the
Okay,
next roll.
I'll knock one off.
Yeah, and that should be.
Let's not be
24.
greedy with these guys. Chat gave them to us. Let's spend them.
Yeah.
Axel is terrified of these.
Yeah,
Of
no,
this.
absolutely. Does a 19 hit?
19 does hit. Yeah.
So 8 necrotic damage. 6 will not hit, I assume,
Not
and
hit,
so
no,
no
yeah.
further attack comes.
So how much damage was that again? Sorry.
It got 8 damage, and then I need to have Luna do one. Her last dexterity save. 26, she makes it. But the violet fungus on a 20 will hit for 7 necrotic damage. Oh, this could be bad. Violet fungus on a 16. Armor class 17. That was close. Does not hit again. Luna is now looking pretty rough, guys. And that is the lair action. As we move on to Iska.
No movement, no nothing. I am going to cast Healing Word as a 3rd level spell on Luna. Try to get her going again.
Okay.
So I believe I roll 3d4, and then I add my spell casting, which is plus 9 to that.
I believe it's your modifier, though. It's your.
Oh,
It's the modifier. It's not the whole. It's not proficiency as well. It's just your attribute modifier, I believe, for Healing Word. If you click on the spell, it'll probably tell you.
Yeah, all right. I'll do that. That's a really good idea.
Read the description of the spell. Odd.
Plus your
Yeah.
ability modifier, yeah.
Okay,
And then you can tell it
So
to cast it at.
3rd level.
Yeah.
So I will roll 3d4. So 9 plus my charisma, which
Is high right now.
is high right now. So that'll be 15 total healing for Luna.
Nice.
So I play a little ditty, try to get her back in the fight. Just want to make sure she takes care of herself. She's looking better now, right?
Yep, she's definitely looking better now.
Okay.
So yeah, anything else you want to do? You still have a bonus action.
I saw Kel be covered in this like weird black symbiote stuff.
Then suddenly Kelvin.
Yeah, you don't know what's going on with that.
I just look baffled because I don't know if this is a positive or a negative for Kel, but I just want to send some inspiration his way regardless. Just
in case.
Confused and just
I'm already inspired by you, and I haven't used it.
Let's take a second one.
You can't.
Oh, I can't?
No.
Okay.
No, Bardic Inspiration, you can't. It doesn't stack. I only get
Cool.
one.
I still don't know how to play D&D. So we'll just channel that to Luna instead, who I was already healing. So we'll just say part of that song was inspiration for Luna.
Okay.
To take care of herself and get back in there.
Very good. Next up is Axel.
Axel is terrified. This is a violet tree that is fungus. There's a particular vision that he has recalled.
Oh yeah, of him being consumed by purple fungus.
He pauses for a moment. He's got all this going on that he burned off the mic. He's really concerned about fungus and everyone. The black on Cal. He pauses but he's just going full aggression. He is going to burn that bloody tree down.
Okay.
Just got another fireball on that.
Okay, go for it.
Oh.
Yep, again, tree doesn't really have a dexterity saving throw, so again, up into the bowels of the tree, you see this giant, this bead of fiery energy go into it, and you do see a couple limbs seem to fall to the ground as this tree is, from range, it seems to be taking quite a bit of damage, and it doesn't have a whole lot that it can do about.
He is notably shaken though, Axel. That is Axel's turn.
Next up, it will be Isgrim.
Okay, so just at that, he's going to bring his hand back up and around, face it out, and do an Eldritch Blast.
Okay, go for it.
Actually, yeah. So just hand up. Krishna top.
You get 2 beams, right, at your level, or not yet? 4. When do you get to double beams? 5 is double beams, right?
5. I'm only level 4.
Yep.
I'm going to use that Bardic Inspiration bar.
Go for it.
Woo!
Unfortunately, Isgrim, your Eldritch Blast, just as it tries to build up and you try to charge it enough to make it through this sort of molasses that is this aura around the tree, it just fizzles and dissipates from this thickened sort of area that is all around you.
He's just going to sigh and then begin to back up and be like, alright, change of tactics.
Before you get out, give me 1 second. You need to make a. It misses. You're able to get out from underneath of it. Yeah. In the ancient Sylvan way.
Ancient Sylvan hand gesture.
Yes, ancient Sylvan hand gestures. Celia, it is your turn.
Basically, the middle finger.
Yeah. You're muted.
Okay. So, Celia's pissed. So, I'm gonna move up. I have my rapier, my dagger.
Okay.
And I am going to use, I have 1 nat 20 in my bank, and then use 1 of the nat 20s in your bank.
I'm going to shout just before she strikes, "Be careful of the black acid!"
I'll be okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And I will nat 20 my regular attack and my offhand attack.
Okay.
I am going to hold my sneak attack for my offhand attack, so I can maximize my sneak attack.
I'm not gonna let you do that.
You're not?
If you're going to use a nat 20, your sneak attack is going to happen on the first one. But you'll still get. You got to remember, you're going to get nat 20 rolled sneak attack on both.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a lot of damage.
Alright. Well, rapier, assassinate. I rolled a nat 20.
Yep.
Used 20.
So
And then,
go ahead and
You would have
click.
rolled on that one originally.
and then sneak attack. Ew, I rolled crap.
Well, no, because the crit, you add that in, right? Yeah, we crit that in. So that's 17, right? Yeah, so it's 17 sneak attack plus the 13 or 11 plus 17. Is that your first attack?
Yep. And then let me just change this around because I don't have 2-weapon fighting. I need to get a level in fighter so I can get 2-weapon. Alright, change that. And
Look, you rolled normal.
no,
No, you changed your
my
thing. Gotcha.
range. God, I rolled
So
crap.
6, and then do the sneak attack, and plus another 19 there. So, maths, 30,
Everyone's favourite.
50, looks like 53. Okay, so, rapier, sneaking. Let me just check something. No, the second one, that is right. So, your rapier, again, you had hoped that it was going to go deeper into this, but it does seem that this just thickness of this bark, the rapier, even with your sneaky tactics, do not seem to damage it as much as you were wanting it to. However, on your offhand attack, while the actual dagger attack, again, seems to be somewhat turned by the bark, your tactics on this one, when your arm sort of disappears through this black thing, and Iskrin, you see the weave quake move as her arm literally disappears. She reaches her arms through the weave quake, and with that action, that attack, that last bit of sneak attack, does seem to do the full damage that you are accustomed to.
Magic.
11. So let me do this right. So, sorry, maths again.
Her arm disappeared?
Her arm disappeared through the weave quake, and reappeared on the other side, basically slicing deep into one of the previous wounds from an unexpected direction on this tree.
Ishkin's dumbfounded. He's.
So, now we've got that. Sorry, finally got the damage calculated. Plus 6. This wound opens up from within this tree as you made these attacks, and from out of that wound, this small sap-shaped creature leaps out at you and totally effing misses. Nat 1. Seriously, a nat 1. What the hell?
No, that's good.
It's only fair.
It is not fair. God, I've made up such cool things.
Sorry, Will Wheaton.
Yeah. Anyway, so this weird little creature made of this necrotic sap leaps out at you and misses you and lands on the far side of you. Yeah. So it is. There's this weird little other
Does it do a
thing.
3-point landing like it meant to do that?
Sure. And let's get him on the board.
Zombie!
And so, next up, did it automatically put him in order? Did it? No. Yeah, it did. Cool. Luck, you're up next.
Look, Goldheart. Let's. I'm going to take Bird's advice to heart and let's not be greedy, guys. Let's not be greedy, shall we? So I've got one of my nat 20s banked. So I'm going to spend that one on my first pickaxe attack.
Okay, nat 20 it.
Yep, nat 20 it. So I'm just. Where's the crit range? 1. Well.
Yep.
That with Crimson Light. Did I set up what? I did not set up its second damage just in case of crit. Let's do that. And crit. Okay. So and then that. Oh, where's that added? That's added something. That's a 3. It's added my.
Yeah. So it's actually just a 5.
That's just a 3.
Oh no, total 5 lightning damage.
Oh yeah. It's like 5 lightning.
Okay, so yeah, again, like the other thing, you see the lightning just goes racing up through this tree. However, again, the bark is very, very tough, and it does not seem as though your piercing damage does quite as much. But that lightning damage seems to electrify most of the whole tree. What was that? 12. And yeah,
we're going to use one of those lovely banked nat 20s as on our second attack.
Okay. So we are down 3, I believe. If I kept it correct.
We're down. We're on 2 now.
Yeah, you have 2 left. Down 3.
Yeah. So that is it going to roll damage? It's not rolling damage. Odd. Oh,
Nope,
sorry.
No problem. So we'll take the first one. So yeah.
Yep. There we go.
And did that come out right this time? Yeah, it did.
That came out right.
6. So yeah, you see again this lightning go flying up through this tree. It is bark starts bursting off of it as the lightning goes up the tree, and it sort of rides around. More branches seem to fall from above as this tree is now starting to show some pretty bad damage. But I do need you to make 2 dexterity saving throws.
Bring it. This is where I screwed up. Yeah, that was good.
And make another one, please.
Hey!
So. So, let's see how it goes. You take a total of 11, 10 acid damage plus 1 necrotic damage as this sap comes slamming out into your body.
Nothing.
And it is kind of stuck to you.
Oh. I retract my statement of mathing.
It is now. Anything else you're wanting to do on your turn?
I can't. Am I going to risk? No. No, yeah, that's my turn.
Next up is Tian. Which is me.
Yes.
So these candles are going to having seen that they didn't do so well last time, are learned their lesson, are going to sort of make a long run around. Actually, this one's going to try and make an attack at the little thing next to it. Tion's Candle, Wax Thorn. With a 6. That's not making his attack. Is going to move. That thing's not going to make an attack against it because it doesn't see it as that big of a threat. That one goes over there. This one comes across the bridge. This one comes across the bridge as well. And Tion from back there has nothing else he can do. I don't think... what is the range? I don't think that he's got range. I don't think he's got that kind of range. Let me put it that way. Where is Tion? Tion. What's the range on that? Well, how far is he away?
60 feet, actually, from the red circle.
60 feet from the red circle?
Yeah.
He's going to try a Leaf to Barrage at disadvantage. And with a 10, he's not going to make it. So he's just too far away in order to try to add some damage to these attacks. Kel, you are up. I need you to either are you going to drop or are you going to continue to keep up your blight defense? Because you saved your last time. Or actually, I guess, how would that work? Because that spreads the start. So yeah, you could have immediately dropped it. No, now we assume you're already in it. If you save, you can drop. So I need you to go ahead and do your D6. And I need you to do a strength saving throw again. I guess it's D3, but you know how it works with a D6. Whoo! Look at that. And now do me a D4. Your human form takes another 2 strength attribute damage.
Okay.
You going to keep it up, or are you going to let it drop? As you have the choice since you saved.
I'm going to keep it up, and then attack this thing next to me and destroy it.
Yep.
And I will use my bardic inspiration from Iska.
Cool. It just barely dodges out of the way with an armor class of 14.
Okay.
Anything else you would like to do?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not going to move, and I don't have a bonus action that I can use effectively, so yeah, that's it.
Okay. Luna's turn is next. She is going to come over here and attack this thing, seeing as to let Iska get across, and she would protect Iska. She is going to do she's going to go ahead, and since she has her Ice Knuckles up, going to do an unarmed attack with a nat 20. And yeah, we don't even need to play that game. This creature, you see, just basically freeze over, and she shatters it completely as it dies. And movement-wise, I think she's going to wait there to sort of guard Iska. Let's see. What do I have legendary-wise?
Keep asking myself that same question.
He is gonna throw a swamp puppet. Throw another one over here at his buddy Iskrin. There we go. There it is. as he seems to be threatening him the most. Oh, you know what? No wonder these guys were going Silent Spice. When I copied them, it copied how many hit points they had already taken. Whatever. They're supposed to be a little bit on the weak side anyway. So, next up is the Tree Guardian. This guy here takes 5 points of healing if he's attacked before. I don't even know at this point because of my copy and paste mistakes. And yeah, they're going to... one's going to come down here on Cilia, seeing as Cilia did a lot of attacking, and this other one's going to come up to Iskrin. So, up at Iskrin, Swamp Puppet makes 21, I assume hits.
Yeah, that hits.
For 11 points of slashing, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Oh, I'm not looking too good. Dexterity?
Yep. You fail. You find yourself, you are being strangled as vines start to whip around your neck, cut off all of your air. You are unable to speak, cast anything that uses verbal, has a verbal spells that have spells that have verbal components to them. And per your Constitution modifier is how long before you drop automatically to 0 hit points in that many rounds. So now the Tree Guardian itself is going to move. It did not like Luck hitting it so hard and with that lightning. So it is going to make one Vine Whip attack. An 18. On Luck, I believe that hits. I think he is 18.
The guy was
17
so frightened
actually.
he ran.
So it does hit Luck for... Son of a gun. All but max damage. For 22 slashing and 6 necrotic. Oh, 22 slashing. Let me take that back. Plus 22, because with his thing, he's resistant to slashing damage. So minus 11 and minus 6. And 6 necrotic. Glad I remembered that. And he has to make a Constitution saving throw. Where is your sheet, my friend? Luck, gold heart. Constitution saving throw. Should we wait for him to get back to make this saving throw? This is important. We'll wait for him to get back. Did he say how long he was going to be gone?
I don't think so, but we are at the midway point. Oh, he's right
there.
Never mind.
So, I played a little bit for you for just a second, Luck. You got hit hard by a vine whip that slashed down from up above. You took 22, well, you would have taken 22 points of slashing, and then, but because you have resistance because of your ring, it was reduced to 11, and then 6 necrotic damage. However, you need to make a Constitution saving throw for me right now.
Can I spend an inspiration on that?
Okay.
I'm gonna spend that by that singular inspiration, the final one I have. Oh dear.
Which is on an 11. Luck, you are paralyzed as this necrotic poison goes down through your veins. In addition, because of the sap that is still burning into you, you take an additional 3 acid damage as you are both have this burning into you and are paralyzed. Where is... what do we think looks like paralyzed? We'll put that on there. And as are paralyzed. Yeah, that's kind of dire.
It's bad.
That is the Tree Guardian's turn. Iskrin and Kel in the landscape around you. Iskrin, you suddenly see within the weave itself sort of almost this flowing wave across the death weave that seems to be pushing energy into the tree. Kel, you see that suddenly the flow of these black lines of energy increases as the lair itself does necrotic siphon, which basically siphons energy into it, and you see as some of the wounds on the tree begin to close and heal up as it begins to regenerate from this necrotic energy around it. I also need...
Question. It's pulling through the same thing that I'm connected to?
Correct. I actually need you to make a harmony check to see whether you're able to hold on to this energy before it gets ripped off of you. So roll me a d3 and then a saving throw for the corresponding. So 3, whatever's the third one down. Constitution, yes, is the third stat. So yes, you need to make me a Constitution saving throw to see if you are able to hold on. On a 21, you are. You feel this necrotic energy it tries to rip this necrotic force from around you. However, you feel it like in your bones and in your muscles. The very heart of your being is being pulled at, but you're able to sort of dig your mental will into and resist it from actually pulling your blight defense away from you.
Is there no way that I can pull back against it to stop it from pulling into itself?
Not at this point in your training.
All right.
Yeah, it's still pretty new.
It was worth asking.
Oh no, it absolutely was worth asking because it's like a rope, but at this point in your training, you're only able to try to just hold to yourself.
Fair enough.
Iska, you were next.
Oh man, Iska looks back and forth between Iskrin and Luck and is just, this is bad. This is dire. But seeing, Luck is basically all but on the ground now, right? Just being paralyzed.
He's standing there paralyzed. Actually, you give me a perception check to see whether you recognize that he is paralyzed. He's just standing still, and whether you're able to pick up that it's unnaturally so.
You know what? I got some advantages, so I'll just use one here.
Okay.
A 15?
You recognize that Luck never stands that still. Something has happened.
Okay, well, knowing Luck is really beat up and directly underneath the tree, and I know things are bad for Iskrin, but she's just gonna turn to Iskrin and yell, "I promise I'll be right back, please, hang tight, hang tight." So another bardic inspiration for Iskrin to try to help him get out of this.
Yep.
She is gonna rush in right next to Luck, and she is going to cast Lesser Restoration to try to cure his paralysis.
Okay. Roll me a d6 because you moved, and it takes an action to do Lesser Restoration. I'm sorry. On a 3, it just fizzles.
That's how it goes.
And does not take effect. He is still there and paralyzed.
Putting a very charming face.
Putting on a very charming face.
Well, bummer.
Yeah. You've done your bonus movement action.
I've done everything I can.
Yep.
So Iska's feeling totally worthless right now. She's just horrified at the fact that that spell completely dropped.
Axel, it's your turn.
How injured does the one next to Iskrin look?
It has been untouched at this point.
Okay. He is going to draw the star from his Cloak of Eternity.
Ooh.
Or the Cloak of the Eye of Eternity and
Yep.
cast Magic Missile at level 5.
It's interesting. As you pull this off,
Yeah.
it feels as though this is almost working as intended, we'll say.
So, I guess I'll do a split. Yeah, I should have said how I was going to split it before, but he's going to send. I think how many do I get in total? I get 6. He was going to send basically 4 to the creature facing Iskrin, no, 5 to the creature facing Iskrin, and the remainder at the tree.
So 5 to the creature facing Iskrin. Boy, lots of ones.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to take them in order. So I'm going to say the 3 on the bottom, the 3 on the bottom plus 2 more. So 10, 11, 14, 15 points force damage goes into this. Which, dude, as 15 points of damage hit it, it seems to sever the vines that are wrapped around Iskrin's neck, and you're able to breathe. Dude,
Yay.
Seriously, you hit it exactly. It's 15 points of damage to the vine in order to break it. And then the other 2 go into the tree. It laughs at you.
Yeah.
the two ones. It's like,
Yeah.
dink.
I tickle it a
Yeah.
little.
It giggles. Anything else you would like to do?
That was pretty much action.
You are able to
Just
move because it does not
yeah.
seem as though you had
It
to
wasn't-
concentrate on this. It was
Yeah,
sort
it
of
was
a
just
precast thing.
Then he is going to pretty much rush down. Can I roll a perception to see if he notices that Mike is paralyzed? Since he's noticed that Iska, of course, is.
Sure. Well, when you
drawn.
get down there, you've already used that as a spell. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say that you.
Okay, that's
know,
fine. Yeah.
And you're going to have to kind of navigate across this ice tree. And
So
I
he'll
assume
navigate.
that Tian gets pulled with you.
Tian would be. Just pull
Yeah. So if you want to move
20,
him to wherever Tian goes now, is he automatically at the 20 feet, or can you reel him in as well?
I pretty much. I think if I move closer, he stays where he is. But if I move further away, he pulls along. So, and of course, I imagine
And he was
that
already
Axel
at
can
20.
take-
So yeah, if you were next to me, he'd stay at 5. But since he was at 20, he just stays at 20. Is basically what I'm hearing. Okay.
Yeah, if it was at 20, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's at a 20-foot trail behind you. Okay, Iskrin, you are no longer being strangled by this, which is a wonderful thing. However, you are hurting. What are you up to?
I've still got the thrall in front of me, yeah?
Yep, Thrall's right there in front of you. He did take quite a bit of damage as basically his arms were all but severed off, and they're starting to like kind of regrow as it prepares itself for a potential attack.
Right, well, he's just going to pull out his longsword and go, I am not in the mood for this pathetic minion.
15 definitely hits.
Whack.
This is two-handed.
Yeah, versatile, as you've been doing. Yeah, he takes huge lop off of its side, but it is still there, threatening you. It's still up and kind of looking back at you.
As a bonus action, can I do the tumble option?
Yep.
Excellent. So I'll make an acrobatics.
Are you thinking that it's not going to make an opportunity attack?
Oh no, you know the in the DMG there's a extra action in combat where you can take a bonus action or an action to do a tumble to the side through contested acrobatics checks. Is that possible?
So, I mean, are you moving out of 5 feet from him or just repositioning yourself around him? Are you moving out of range?
Yeah, moving out of range, but using tumble to try and get away safely.
We've not used that before.
No.
So
That's cool.
I'm going to say at this point no, just because I'm not familiar enough with the rules of that.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I'll just try and walk around him as well.
Yeah,
like,
you can.
Not,
Yeah,
not
if
trying to get
you
away.
exit his 5 foot hitbox, he's going to try to take an opportunity attack against you.
That's cool. I just want to get around to the other side of him after I cut him.
Okay, that's cool. You are welcome to do that.
Thank you.
And after Iskrin's turn, the Treant Guardian is going to use a legendary action.
It's nice knowing you guys.
I'm reading a portent to save luck.
Use that ring wisely.
Not the ring, the portent. Again.
You guys see Luck. These vines reach down around Luck, wrap around him, and yank him up into the tree's boughs, and he basically disappears from your view
Oh dear.
as he has been pulled up into this
So I was thinking about a gunslinger.
tree. With that action. Next up, the Sap Demon attempts to attack. Wants to try slam into Celia with an 8. He sucks. And totally whiffs. Celia, it is your turn.
Alright, I'm going. I have 2 Kryptonian crystals. I'm gonna activate one.
Ooh. Okay, I gotta get up the spreadsheet. Go ahead and roll. I know it's a D6. Go ahead and roll a D6, but I've got to go find the crystal page. I think it's in donations, if I remember correctly.
I rolled a 4.
Kryptonian crystals. There it is.
Oh god.
There's your vision.
You see this green energy infuse you and disappear under your skin, but you are not aware of necessarily what has occurred.
Okay. Is it a bonus action to do that?
It's just a bonus action to do that.
Okay, then I will attack with my rapier again. Do we have any nat 20s left?
There are 2 left.
Do y'all want me to use one?
Yeah.
Looks like nods for yes.
Kill.
Alright.
So 15, which would be 7. Ooh, 7 plus 8. Go ahead and do your offhand. So again, as you attack with your rapier, this to try to pierce this hide is still tough, but you are certainly doing damage to this tree. Yep, it hits. Because didn't you use both nat 20s? Both of them you were using 2 or 1?
Oh, I was just using 1.
Okay, and then that does not hit. So yeah, you do 15 points of damage to the tree as it again is trying to pierce through this thick hide, but again it's starting to look bad again. Luck, I need you to make me a Constitution save. You are muted if you're asking about like nat 20s.
Oh, I was going to say advantage. Sorry.
You advantaging? Okay.
Thank you, chat. You're lovely people, by the way.
On an 18, let's see. Oh, I first got to do a thing. Sorry, I got to read my own rules.
This is the most nervous I've ever drank juice. Let me honest.
You take 9 necrotic damage, but fall from the tree back down onto the ground. No longer paralyzed, but
alive.
Yes.
Apparently, this was so frightening it scared Axel away.
Apparently, it scared Axel away.
Cat ran for it.
So yeah, you fall down to the ground, and basically having been spit out.
I assume I'm prone.
You are prone, and roll me 1d6 for your fall damage, and let's see if you're.
Oh, this is a tall tree.
Oh yeah.
Roll less than a 5. 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 Ah!
Bludgeoning, dude. It's bludgeoning. It's half.
Oh! Woo!
So you take 2 bludgeoning damage because of your ring.
I am so glad I have that now.
That came in handy. Let me. Cat mom, wrangle your boy. That's funny. Gosh, I'm not going to fix all the cameras. I'm just going to turn on the center camera. With that, Luck, that is the end of your turn. Well, actually, let's see. You did the Constitution saving throw. That'd be your action. You still have a bonus action left.
I still have a turn. Chat, as I always say, you are lovely people and never stop watching us because I want to spend a healing die.
Yeah, that's free action.
Yep.
So go ahead and spend his healing die. No, as part of your action for your turn was doing the Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
That was at the beginning of your turn. You can make the Constitution saving throw to get dropped.
Alright.
And then, since I intentionally made this be on the beginning of your turn, so basically you're dropped back down with still a little bit that you can do, like run and or use your free action healing die, or you've also got other things that you can do on bonus actions. So.
Mm-hmm. So that's my. How much is a healing die we doing?
Healing dies are 10 or
D10.
D10 healing die, I believe. D10.
Yeah. Hey, thank you, chat.
Yep. You get 8 health back, and you still have your bonus action.
And my bonus action, we are going to drink a greater healing potion.
There you go.
I checked my inventory just in case. It was good to do so.
Yep, and since you have your potion pouch, you are able to do so.
Sweet. What's the greater healing?
44 plus
4?
No. Yeah, 44 plus 4.
44 plus 4.
Yeah. Cool. And everyone came back. Luck's not dead. I tried really hard.
Could have been much better, that healing die, but hey, we'll take 10 healing. We'll take it.
And with that, I believe you are, unless you've got movement. Actually, you're prone too, so you take half movement to stand up if you'd like to stand up.
Yeah, I'll stand up as well.
Okay.
Now, would I risk it for a chocolate biscuit?
Do it.
It's your call.
No one's ever lived long by not taking risks. I don't know a single guy who's done that. So, don't question my logic, people. We're going to try and take that attack of opportunity and run for it.
Okay. Make a run. And on an 8, he misses the root trip, and you make it out.
Yeah, there we go. That's my turn.
Tian is up next. He moves more candles around to position. Those guys can't quite make it yet. How did that guy get all the way over there? Yeah, he's going to take the long road to move over there. These guys are slowly looking to surround the far side of the tree. And Tian from there is going to make his leaf barrage attack. Because he can. Now he's not... is he 30 feet? How close is he? Are you 30 feet? Just barely. Nope. So it still will be a disadvantage. However... Yeah. Oh, man, he had a nat 22. But on a 17, it does just barely hit. Whew! For 20 points of piercing damage and another 17 points of slashing damage. They are non-magical, though. So that'd be 10 and 16 is 8, so 18 points. These leaves go ripping into the trunk of this tree. What did I say? 10 plus 8, 18. For 18 piercing and slashing damage. You see all these brass leaves go slamming into it. Kel, I need you, since you kept your necrotic up, I need you to go ahead and roll me your D3. Strength again, so I need you to make a strength saving throw. .22 is going to make it. Roll me a D4. On a 2, you take 1 strength attribute damage. How's your strength looking? Is it hit 10?
With that 1 point, it just hit 10.
And the necrotic energy drops off of you as your muscles are no longer able to handle the stress of holding on to this blight defense.
Okay. Okay then. If that is the case, then bam.
Okay.
Moving over here, attacking with advantage.
Okay.
Hooray for back tactics. I'm assuming that's a hit with a 16.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Didn't mean. 8 piercing.
For 8 piercing damage. Yep, this guy is still standing. It's just a flesh wound, but he is still up and moving around at this point. What in the world is Luna gonna do? Here's a question for you, Axel. Are you the only one who's able to move the disc?
It follows him. So, I mean, if somebody physically pushes it, I think they can move it around. But they can't. If they move it like out of 20, it will move back into 20. But if they move it around within 20 feet of him, it moves around fine. You can also just go over water and stuff. So.
Luna, knowing that she is mainly a melee fighter, she's going to cast... use a key point to use Breath of the Wind and make an ice slide. And which lets her to move 120 feet.
That's a lot.
Because she gets dash action, she gets to use... Is it 120 or is it just 80? Is it triple her speed or just double her speed? No, she gets to use... If she uses a dash and then Breath of the Wind, so all she's doing is running.
Yeah.
But... I'm going to have her do a thing. Well, no, because I'm going to take half of it away. So she gets to go 20 feet up to here. She grabs Tian off of the disc. And then now moving at half speed, so she still has 100 feet of movement left. Runs him down closer to the tree to try to see if he is able to help any. She's not going to put him right next to the tree. I'm going to say she's going to put him right there. I'm voting that that's something that she strategically would think of. Seeing that
You could ask her. She's in chat.
Hey, Luna. Yeah, but she's going to be on delay. Luna, I'm voting that you see that Tian is doing good damage.
She made a pun. Go with it. She made a
special
pun.
Delivery. Yep. So we'll say yep. Pretty much special delivery, and pulls Tian down here, going, "Hey, this guy, Tian has been, maybe he can help." And that's going to be Luna's turn. Tree Guardian is. Celia's right there. He's going to try to make.
Celia's been beating her up, and she just does.
Yep. It's going to make a slam attack on an 18. I assume hits.
Yeah.
Slams into you for 15 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And as it slams into you, the green energy comes up to the surface of you, and you only take half damage as you are resistant to physical damage from your Kryptonian crystal.
Oh, nice.
It slams with an 11, I assume misses, but that 15 would be brought down to a 7 damage on from its slam attack.
Okay.
And that's all it can do this time. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Everyone's on the ground. On a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Should have been 7. Who did I miss? Oh, no, Axel. We'll say Axel's on the bridge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, and as fate would have it, it would be Celia. Celia, I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw. On a 21, yep, the ground opens up underneath of you, almost making you lose your sitting, as it's almost like just a hole opens up trying to grab you, but you are able to dive out of the way just in time before it closes around your feet and tries to pull you down into the depths below.
Woo!
Iska, it is your turn.
So the tree currently is still looking like pretty shaken up, pretty.
It's definitely taken some damage, no doubt.
Right.
And with the amount of it has open wounds upon
with
it.
all this damage that's been done to the party, and with luckily Luck being able to get out of there, Iska is real frustrated. So she is going to take out some of her anger, but before she does, she grabs the whip and she just hits a note.
This guy over so
she hits like the highest note she's ever hit before, and as she does, this like energy seems to course over the whip as she casts Resonance, which is a College of the Maestro, which I can use my Bardic Inspiration die. I roll a D8 for 6. That's going to add 3 thunder damage to my whip.
Thunder!
Cool.
Thunder!
So go ahead and do your attack. I assume it has to hit.
No, I'm good because I'm just going to spend my banked 20 that Iska has.
Nice.
To just, like I said, Iska's got a lot of tension she needs to work out right now.
Okay, so roll me whip damage.
It's Thundar the Barbarian.
Yeah.
Hey, what's been needed?
And so, and I assume that thunder damage, because it was off a roll, so that's doubled as well, right?
Yep.
So 8, 7, plus 6. 8 plus 7 is 15, plus 6 is 21. As your whip begins to resonate with this almost glass-shattering note that you do, you see... I'm calling that turns us into magic. But wouldn't it? I mean, it resonates the weapon. What do you think? What's the call for my other DMs out there? Should the slashing damage be considered magical from a resonant spell, or just the thunder? Probably just the thunder.
What's the reading of it? It's the best answer I have.
Yep, there you go.
I got it right in front of me. I shape the harmonic vibrations of a weapon's movements into a dangerous sonic enhancement. Until the end of your next turn, all attacks with that weapon deal additional thunder damage.
So no, it doesn't make the magical, just that you get the thunder damage on top of it. So
it's physics.
Yeah, no. So basically, what we'll say happened is that the slashing goes in there, and again, this bark is so hard it rakes across it, doing some damage. But the real story here is the fire that goes, digging down into this, basically. Digs in just like you would assume fire damage would. So it doesn't ignite it, but it doesn't seem to be resisting it as the other ones did. And as the whip cracks, remove the thing. As the whip cracks, you hear this loud crashing boom of thunder as more of the bark gets just blasted off of it. 7 plus 6 is 13.
I get flashback to Caravan in the Storm.
Yeah.
Is it too over the top to narrative it that when the crack happens, like almost an echo of that note she hit rings out?
Sure.
I think that's the point of it.
Yep. Oh, and
being over the top is part of being Bard.
And while this hits, and this explosion of thunderous energy happens, and the fire energy there as well, you do see sap spit out from the tree towards you, but it falls short because it's heavy swap. You're not within 5 feet.
Whip live.
Axel, you are up.
Rightio, Ben. Axel's. Okay, so Luna's taking care of Tian. He commands Tian to take down the tree. A bit desperately. Bad things have happened to Luck and to apparently Kel and in general. So you really want, instead of take down the tree, generally, Axel is going to cast Firecracker with advantage. It's 21.
21 will definitely hit.
9 fire damage. Where he is.
So for 9 fire damage. Yep. So you shoot into this, and again, now that this tree is starting to truly start to fall apart, you're able to get through this heavy bark and get into the depths of the tree and start to really score some damage on it. You didn't move, so you're fine. No need to roll the d6. Iskrin, you are up.
Okay.
I forgot his attack, so never mind. I forgot to attack with the little thrall, but I missed it. Go ahead. He was distracted.
Fast roll was bad.
Alright. Do an Eldritch Blast.
Again, the magic, just this dampening field is playing havoc with your magics. It is pissing you off to no end that you are unable to get your spells and magic, which you consider yourself to be master of, just keeps fizzling and falling flat.
Like, he goes to put his hand up on this creature's head to blast it off. Just nothing happens.
Yeah.
It's just a look, just stares at his hand, stares at the creature, and just like...
Yeah. This is a what the actual fuck moment. Ooh, I gotta put that in the swear jar.
Into it goes. All right, people.
In the swear jar. Yep.
Anyone who isn't a team, get out. The rating just jumped.
Yep, the rating just jumped. I'm sorry. This little sap demon is gonna try to make attacks against Cilia. An 8 does not hit, but a 23 would. So on a 23, it does 9 bludgeoning, cut in half for 4 damage to you as it tries to damage you. But I do need you to make a dexterity saving throw as this as it lunges towards you and just is barely able to sort of slash across your neck as it seemed to be diving like towards your face as it was making these slam attacks. Celia, it is your turn.
Not the face.
All right. Am I able to use my shadow?
Oh yeah, everyone is shuffled. Thanks.
Am I able to use my shadow ambush when it's not a surprise round?
Yes, you are, but it can miss.
Okay. I will use that. That is my once per use per long rest.
Yeah.
So I will use that for my rapier. 23.
23 will definitely hit.
And 13. And it just says all surprise attack damage is maximized. What's
So
that?
yes, so you would have. So your surprise attack would be, it's 3d6, right?
Yes.
Yep. So it would be 18, automatic 18 on your surprise attack. So 13 piercing, 18 on your surprise. It is not magical. 8, 1, 2, 3. As it takes this out of nowhere. You sort of, again, go to make a thrust with your rapier, and it disappears into this black inkiness. Iskrin, you see again, it goes through the weave quake, and it emerges out from the other side, diving deep into this tree, causing 15 points of damage. And the nice part about that is because it basically came from the other side, not right in front of you, the sap sprays out the other direction, and you do not have to make a dexterity saving throw.
All right,
History
and
looks at
now
that.
I still have my offhand attack.
Yes.
I'm not going to use the nat 20 without everybody's permission. So
What are you waiting for?
Use it. Kill
Do
it.
it. Murder.
You
Murder
are the rogue.
tree.
Just take
you
it.
are born for this. You have been training on trees your entire life. This is your time. Your arch enemy stands in front of you.
So go ahead and roll the damage, and you get to add in your sneak attack. So and it's a crit. So that's 11, 19. I assume, yeah. Did you do the math for me?
Yeah.
But remember, the first part of it is cut in half, so that's really only 3. But the second half is magical. So 11, 19. Oh, you already did it. 11, 19 plus 3 is only 22. So, and you do 22 points. Why does this guy keep moving on me? Driving me crazy. I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Oh, God. Oh.
No pressure.
A huge glob of sap comes bursting out of it, flying towards you, and you dive out of the way, and you tell me how you want to do this.
Yes!
It killed the tree.
I'm so happy about this, guys.
So are we. So are we.
Alright, so Celia is at the point, she is just absolutely pissed off. She just wants to go home and have a whiskey. She's just done with it. So, her first attack, she stabs her rapier and she's like, I need to do more damage. So she kind of like channels herself with the nat 20 and stabs into the tree. Her hand
Again, disappearing into this inky blackness, and actually, I'll even say you don't see where it reemerges, but you feel almost as though it is emerged somewhere within the tree itself, and this dagger, just brimming with necrotic energy that you've pulled from outside of this void, into the center of this tree, stabs deep into its heart, and catches hold of those same veins that were channeling the lightning from Luck's pickaxe. Just pulls into it. However, instead of this necrotic energy from this other realm, it sucks this energy into it and damaging it instead, making it fall apart almost like blight, taking control of it up through the leaves. They begin to fall down as the tree itself starts turning that weird purplish gray that you saw of the tree at Reginald's, and becomes inert. The sap demon that was trying to throw itself at your face just becomes a blob of sap, as well as this thrall over here just falls to the ground in a pile of leaves and vines as the tree has been defeated.
And all that training paid off.
Tell you what, guys, those nat 20s saved our party's asses.
Seriously,
I was gonna say I've already dropped an
thank you
F-bomb, so I will.
guys.
So
I was like, I don't want to use the net 20s without my party's permission.
Mother trucker, we gotta kill a tree. You're the best at killing trees. If we know
Swear.
anyone who can kill a tree, it's Celia.
True.
I said mother trucker.
yes,
Oh, she's a lumberjack and she's okay.
It's okay.
She works all night and she works all day.
She's a lumberjack and she's okay.
That was brutal.
dude, I can tell you, I missed a lot of attacks. That could have been much, much,
Oh my
much
god,
worse.
I was like, I
I can't believe that you guys got rid.
got the Kryptonian effect that she got, because that meant she was just able to stand next to the tree and just swipe into it.
Oh yeah. No
Yeah,
good.
Luke was out of there as soon as he got tree kidnapped.
Dude, that was close too. Had you not broken, if you do not broken that, it would have been much worse if you would have stayed up in the tree, man. If that would not have broken you free. It does terrible things when it swallows you. It's basically the equivalent of what just happened there.
5 HP. I was on, and then I went down to 3, and it's a good thing I had healing. Thank you, chap. You're lovely people.
So, yeah, the big thing, as this upper part of the tree, I mean, almost kind of seems to be disintegrating. The lower sort of seems to stay as you would expect, sort of like lumber. I mean, it's as though, a tree that has been harvested. This necrotic. I'll even say this to you, Iskrin. During that last attack of Celia's, the Weave Quaker, and up through the tree, you saw something you didn't think you'd ever see again in your lifetime. You saw a glimpse, just a spark, of the Weave of Chaos.
Ooh.
As this tree met its end.
In a very soft voice, just enough so Kel could hear him. He says, "I best start calling her Weave Striker." And he's just shocked to the core.
Yeah.
Entire experience. This is interesting. He then continues, and yeah, he's just frozen there for a bit.
Celia.
Yeah.
Celia, actually, and Iska, and I'll let Luna do one too. Do me some perception checks to see what you see.
I can see.
There.
Oh, come.
That was Luna perception, and then Celia perception from you.
She rolled a 20.
Oh, you rolled a 20. Oh, great. Within the center of this tree, almost as though the tree grew up around it, you see an altar very similar to the one that Tian sat upon in the basement of Reginald's tower, and you see it is covered with now sort of faded out runes that were probably once glowing brightly are sort of fading into darkness upon it.
Axel!
Tell you what, and with that, since we haven't taken one yet, because people need to take one, we want to take a quick break. If Alicia's out there, send us a pun of the week in chat. And I know I need to take a quick break. Actually, Celia, before you run off, if you want to talk about our charity of the month, that would be great. Also, when I come back, I need to add in the subscriptions to the spell bank, so remind me to do that, guys. And I will be right back, and we'll move on.
Yeah. All right. So our charity this month is Project Semicolon. It is an organization dedicated to the prevention of suicide through raising awareness and equipping people with the right tools to know like what to do if they have a loved one that's having suicidal thoughts or the person having suicidal thoughts. I have asked Jay, I think I've said this like every few hours. I did have Jay put some resources in the doobly-doo with the suicide hotline and the crisis text line, both the resources that I have personally used myself, and I happily recommend them for your use.
We have a surprise for you, Jay.
It's me! We're on
Mario!
Just in time for Pun of the Week.
Absolutely.
Oh, look at this! Look who showed up for Pun of the Week!
I did.
Awesome.
So lovely of you. Well, first of all, great job, everybody. We didn't die. Awesome.
I almost died.
Yeah,
But you didn't.
but you didn't. So
That's the part.
was that a good play for Luna for me to say go get Tiana? I'm like, you know that you're not gonna, you don't want to, can't get up in there because you do.
No.
You're all about multiple small attacks, but you know, Tian, I didn't think that was me meta-tuing much either because at that point he had made a good attack. You're just like, he's got to be able to do something better than me.
Yep. No, that was perfectly fair. Like I said, that's why I was like special delivery. Yep. Thumbs up.
Cool.
But yes.
But by the way, tree versus tree, who will bow first?
Nice. That was very nice. I gotta say that I was just like, I barely saw it, but when I saw it, I'm like, oh my god.
That would be the big tree.
All right.
So,
Okay, come on, ruin my week.
Pun of the week.
Even more.
Don't you mean make your week? But yes, this week's pun of the week. What do you call a suitcase made of bread?
What?
Jam-packed!
Oh, that's so bad. That's
You could have. It was so easy to kill Luna. It was so easy
So
to
easy.
kill.
We could have done
Luna
it.
today.
We could
No
have done-
problem at all.
This is my friend here. She also has to suffer my pun.
Oh,
It's
so
okay.
yes.
Blessings to her.
Yes.
I am so unhappy I'm putting on the disapproving hat.
The disapproving
I can
hat.
judge you.
I like the disapproving hat. Can I
Breaking
have
out the
one?
shame hat.
Yes.
Game. Ding!
Cool. So, are you going to stick with us, or are you getting back to your convention?
Lauren, are you still doing stuff? I could be around for a little bit. Maybe
Cool.
Like, yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Cool. Well, let me pull you a camera, and we'll get you in here, and we'll move on with some of the story piece of this. Because this could be interesting for Luna, as we get into whatever might be coming next.
And also, she's interested in learning about D&D, so this is perfect.
Oh, cool. So welcome. This is D&D. That was combat. I know sometimes combat can be very confusing, but and sometimes seem to drag on. I hope you didn't get too bored with us as we.
No, she
Cool. And let's move this up and move this over and turn that off.
She also wanted me to die after that pun, though. Yes, she did.
Well, hey.
Thank you for supporting my opinions.
Yes. Good tall squall
You
down
are part of the
here.
majority.
Let's see. I believe we've got. There's an Iskrin there, and there's an Iskrin there.
And there's an Iskrin there, and there's an
An
Iskrin there.
and you get an Iskrin, and you get an Iskrin.
You get a crazy
and
elf.
there's
You get
Are
a-
you sure you're not just getting Axel Iskrin mixed up this time?
Yeah, right.
I would love to have my own little Kyle, just like a miniature Kyle, just on my desk.
It's having a miniature
That'd be
Axel.
great. Yeah, just be great.
We can do that for you. We can do that.
Yeah. Actually, for those of you who guys didn't see it in chat, Celia, Tree Hugging Druid, did something very cool to welcome our guest player and commissioned some artwork of Iskrin.
I'm so very excited to see it.
I have
I was
actually seen this.
He's like a child at Christmas.
I was gonna say, dude, when it comes to art, character art, I think we're all like children at Christmas. It's like the coolest thing ever.
It's so true.
It's like
I always get very excited whenever I look on Twitter and Jay like has sent a picture. A little part of me is just like, please let it be art.
Yeah.
it's
No, I love
always
it.
exciting.
Oh, I love it. So anyway, yes, you guys see what seems to be like a weird but familiar altar that the tree has grown up around, and it does have all kinds of these what are now fading runes upon it. So you called out for Axel.
Axel, come here.
Axel is going to creep closer slowly and very cautiously.
Don't worry, I killed it.
Luke's gonna bolt over to you and like give you a big bear hug. He's like, "You did it! You did it! You did it!"
And so as you
Real
creep
quick,
closer,
too. Oh, go ahead.
no, just you creep closer and you don't feel. You still feel sort of that sluggishness, that molasses feeling to the area around you, but it seems to be dissipating. But the big thing you don't feel from this tree, you don't feel that same pulling on your arcane magical nature like you did from the tree at Reginald's. You do, I mean, there's magic here. I mean, Iskrin, I mean, you can see it. Every one of the magic users can feel this sort of concentrated, sort of almost kind of like this, the hair on your arms kind of raises up from this just kind of knowledge of this sort of concentrated form of magic within this, what's now probably, almost like 6 to 8 foot tall, maybe 10 foot tall, sort of healthy trunk that then sort of just grays out into sort of like this quickly decaying trunk up above you and tree and boughs of the trees. Anyone who would like to take a closer look, you're welcome to make investigation checks.
Real quick, if Iskrin is still like staring like intently at this thing, Iska is rushing over to him, seeing he's still hurt. Just give him a quick like once up and down and just says, I told you I'd come back, and is going to cast Cure Wounds on him and heal him for wrong thing.
An R-2d8
for 16 points. So
Nice.
But at this point he is staring intently, but he's looking at Celia, and once you heal him, he drops his sword and says, "I've got to not underestimate her."
And interestingly enough, no. You see, this is life magic. You see flow out of Iska right into you, as you'd seen fire magic and other things, and so now you're that's something you're used to, and so suddenly Iska, instead of just having this weird craziness of magic, has this. Oh yeah, that's just magic about her. So who do we have? Celia, we'll say the biggest thing that you see in your investigation is just, and we'll say it's kind of with your weapon affinity. Your order has been known to wield necrotic weapons. as just part of assassination. It's what you do.
It's edgy. We guess it.
Yeah. She's edgy like that. This wood of this tree, what's left of it, not the decaying part up above, is just soaked, imbued, dripping with all the signs of necrotic energy. Axel, you see that as well, but your eyes are more drawn to the altar. The runes on it, while not exact, remind you of the ones from within your book. Do me an intelligence check. Or I guess history. A history check. A history check, as you are recognizing some of these runes as similar to what is in your Dragon Rune book. So a history check, please.
It might come through in a little bit. My internet's being a bit finicky,
Okay.
so I pushed the button, but it might not come through, and I'm reloading roll 20.
Well, and sometimes gives it a second.
Yeah.
But
And
anyway,
if it doesn't,
so as you're investigating, the rest of you, what do we have? Luna with a 14. It's a big dead tree. Iska, you were far more worried about Iskrin. And there he goes. On a 19, recognition comes to your mind of what these resemble. Axel, I need you to make a death saving throw.
yeah, I knew that was coming. I can't do it. My roll 20 is still loading, so I'm fine. I'm not going to take that. That's fine. I'm going to ignore that. If somebody can push the button,
I can
for
roll
me
it for
in
you.
the character
Yeah,
sheet,
give me a second.
That'd be great.
Hold
What
your
was the
breath.
history roll that I got in the end?
It was a 19.
Okay, cool.
Hold your breath. Make it. Make it. Make it.
On a 7,
Uh,
you do have a failed death saving throw and take 7 points of psychic damage as
ow.
you recognize, just as you learned before back in Reginald's Tower, these are a part, an incomplete part, but a part of the Death Rune.
Ooh.
And you now have learned the empowered version of the Death Rune.
Badass.
Eyes
Nice.
of the Dead.
Oh. Well, I can't do anything because roll 20 is not loading at all.
If you don't mind other people knowing, I can read it out for you.
It's absolutely fine. Yeah, it's fine. Other people knowing.
Okay.
It's the-
Step 1 in Axel becoming a lich.
Yeah.
He is becoming a lich.
Hey, it was interesting when we were talking about it because this was
you s-
already planned.
You're still gonna have to get him over as terror of the undead. So
We'll get to that. Don't worry.
Well, when you control something, how can you be scared of it? But anyway,
Yeah.
by taking 10, so Eyes of the Dead, by taking 10 minutes to inscribe this rune on the ground near the location where a death has occurred, all persons standing within the bounds of the rune will see the events that transpired leading up to that death through the eyes of the deceased. For each 10 additional minutes spent on enlarging the rune, the radius of the effect increases by 100 yards.
Batman vision.
Yeah.
yeah,
Dead man
But-
vision.
Dead man vision.
dead man vision. Yeah. So who needs speak with dead when you can just use this?
Ah.
That's useful.
Yeah. And as always, like your runes, once you use
Yep.
a death rune of any type, it is then used for the day.
And
So-
I presume this thing is going to be around for a while as well. Do I need to roll for that?
I'm sorry?
The death rune duration is going to be around for a while. Not death rune, the
Yep,
death
roll me a
save.
d4.
And how much psychic? Yep. How much psychic damage was
You
it?
took 7 psychic damage. And yeah, for 2 days you are walking around as your spirit has been somewhat dislodged from your body. Your soul has been loosened.
6 lives left.
And for 2 days you will only have 2 death saving throws instead of your normal 3.
Get ready to tear up that character sheet.
I was going to say, welcome, Kyle. We don't play.
We don't play. We torture.
Hey, he's got 6 lives left out of 9, or was it 7? 7 lives left out of 9.
we
You
want
He's fine.
just keep thinking that, buddy. You just keep thinking that.
I've got to be positive, man. But yeah, he sort of would probably not react well to that, although probably better than he did last time. He is clearly going to sort of stagger back.
I forgot to
down.
let me give you
make
your
yourself
vision.
small.
So,
Yeah.
and while this was happening, it's interesting. Whereas last time you saw your own death, what you experience this time is you hear the screams of dozens and dozens of people dying in agony and fear coming from the west of you.
Yeah, he'll sort of just mew quietly and just shrink and back away from the rune, just make himself as small as possible. I'm thinking even sort of just ducking down next to Tian and sort of just and he's sort of gonna sit there sort of staring at nothing, like the 1,000-yard stare, and he's not but it's not this time. Instead of the yowling cat running out of the building, he's sort of quiet, hideaway sort of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Luna's right by the Tian. And
Yeah.
So, she'll ask, "Are you okay?"
The dragon rune. I heard the dead. I can hear the dead. They're screaming.
She'll crouch down to his level.
Yeah, he'll sort of turn, and just cling on to Luna.
Okay. Awkward.
Awkward, this is like this little scared kid, like, "Mommy, I'm scared."
Yeah, because Axel's still only about 3.5 feet tall.
Yeah, he's not particularly big, but he's
Just pat on the head, not say anything else. It's like,
yeah.
So yeah.
Eventually he sort of, he realizes, Luna's uncomfortable, he'll let go, and then sort of stand up, but he's nowhere near as excitable as he usually is. He's sort of just standing there. He's gone back to sort of looking at the altar now, like slowly taking steps closer to reinvestigate and see if actually, this, just figure out, get a image of the runes. Just trying not to think of the voices and the screams.
Anyone else? Anyone else would like to do with this tree? What's left of this tree? Sort of looming above.
Would I is there any of the necrotic sap on the ground, or is it just all gone?
I would say there's some of the necrotic sap. I mean, a lot of it, again, with the damp ground and with sort of acidic nature, seems to be sort of, it sort of dissipates and kind of dissolves down into the ground. I mean, probably the biggest lump of it is what was that sap demon. there next to you, just because it was the largest concentration of it.
Would I be able to, with my poisoner's kit, be able to collect some of the sap?
Yeah, with a poisoner's kit, you absolutely could. Roll me a poisoner's kit check. On a 10, we'll say, I mean, you get like one dose of it because, again, there's leaves, there's moss, there's all kinds of sort of stuff that's mixed in with it. So it's not like that concentrated sap when it was splashing out of the tree itself. Anyone else?
Once I'm done with that, I'm just going to go close Iskrin's mouth.
Yeah. Ding.
Iskrin, I think he was going to do something.
Yeah, after Celia closes his mouth, he's still staring at a tree. And he just goes, "What was that?" And as he's staring, he'll do a Arcana check to try to trace the primal chaotic magic, where the hell that would have originated from.
Okay.
How it came to be here. Try to figure its source, other than it dying.
Yeah, go ahead and do the Arcana check for me. So on a 16, you don't see any trace of it, but as Celia is there next to you, and as you are examining the weave around everything here, you, like one sliver of one strand of the weave quake underneath of her seems to be touched by chaos.
He is going to take a step back and be very alarmed.
Seems to be contained, but it's there. You didn't notice it before because it is so subtle. It hasn't grown, it hasn't changed, but within that weave quake lies chaos.
With a voice as soft as velvet, he just looks to Celia and goes, "Do you mind if I keep an eye on you?"
Okay.
Your weave quake is concerning. Daily. I am very worried. More than I have been of the last 70 so years.
Why?
Is she going to blow up like you said?
He'll turn to Luck and say, "No, Weave Quaker is more of a Weave Striker now. I don't know how, but you can harness a Weave Quake, and it's very alarming to me."
Do we panic?
No.
Okay.
Not just yet.
Oh! So...
When I begin to flash, that's when we can panic.
Oh, okay. Wait, why are you flashing?
Well,
that is not something you do out in public.
No. When I begin to glow and flash, then we can panic.
Oh.
I think it might be time to try to reset, but for now, let's try fix the problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kel, do me a nature check. A 19. it's interesting. While this is concentrated in a way that you are not familiar with, there aren't many swamps in the north where you're from. There are some bogs up near, cold water bogs up near the northern reaches of the sort of the rivers that go through your area. And while at first you were... This phenomenon is not unnatural. It is concentrated. It is powerful. But where did that come from?
Which phenomenon?
Everything. The tree, the lines of magic, this swamp. It is almost, dare I say, druidic in its harnessing of natural forces.
Okay.
Similar, not nearly. Your mother never did things this powerful, but some of the more astonishing things that you saw her do felt like this.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, was there something else?
No, I was going to move on to the next, onto more. I was moving on to what other people are seeing. If you had anything to add while we were focused on you, feel free.
Well, I do have one thing to add.
Yeah.
I will walk over. Actually, I will limp over because I'm actually pretty beat up.
Dog, did you drop form?
No, I'm still a wolf.
Wolf, yeah.
And I'm going to walk over to the trunk of the tree over here. I'm going to lift my leg and pee on the tree.
You go. I will say that you see Tian's candles sort of walk back over to Axel, and they extinguish at his feet, and Tian says to you in Dwarven, Axel, if you will, store these for later. They might still come in handy.
Yeah. And is he? So, quick question: did Luna move the floating?
I didn't know if she was able to. I would assume that she's not able to. I think she picked up Tian off of it and put it on the ground.
Because I think it's like a physical thing, and so you can move it around with.
I didn't know whether didn't know if the non-caster could move it. I just don't know enough about the spell.
Yeah.
If anyone can push it and move it.
Yeah. No, I guess the disc is immobile, so actually, I guess you can't.
Yeah, so I think only you can move it.
Yeah.
But certainly okay. Luna could have taken Tian off of it. That was mentally, I saw her picking him up and running over, but that the disc stayed where it was.
So Axel will go and nod and sort of just go and heft up Tian and struggle to take Tian over to the disc, and then go collect the candles and go and put them on the disc as well as whatever ones he has left in his backpack.
Luna would have carried the tree for you to see you struggling.
Yeah. And Tian still has in his smaller size as the runes are lined up, still lit up around his base, but it gets sort of put away. Anyone have any intentions with the remains of this tree, or we?
I already expressed my intention.
Yes.
There's no other trees around this, right? Like, it is just by itself.
There are other big trees, but they are not similar to this in any way. They're like those sort of bony finger trees that you're used to in the glimpse.
Yeah, but is this like isolated, or is it like trees close to it?
No, I mean almost like you can see in the map. I mean that the next closest trees are the ones that you see there, which are whatever 80, 90 feet away, whatever.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm
it's this
going
big clearing.
eventually.
I assume you call Grain down, or is he still up at the far end of the clearing?
Yeah, I do the.
Yep. Grain comes down to your side, leaps over, goes across the ice bridge, all that good stuff. Sort of has a little bit of fun skirting around on the ice bridge, but makes it.
I want to imagine he does like that, he does like an Akira slide on the on the ice.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Is there anything that stands out about the tree that makes it different from other ones, like its leaves or anything? Are they distinct?
Well, yeah, no, this is distinctly different than any of the other trees in the swamp. The only thing that it resembles is the tree from Reginald's, and like I said, this wood, the remaining 10 feet of the bottom of the trunk, still seems like normal wood, other than the fact that it's just. Iska probably doesn't know this. Certainly Iskrin does. Like I say, it's as though it's just has been infused by the tree pulling the necrotic energy into it. All this wood that the tree, of what's left of the tree, just seems to be infused with, to Iskrin death magic, to Axel would be seeming as necrotic, and we said that Celia just, while she can't see the magic, she sort of recognizes some of that just sort of black. There's just almost like a darkness about it. It's almost like it absorbs light. Celia, you know that the leaders of the Obsidian Order, their Obsidian daggers behave the same way, almost seem as though they pull light into them, that light cannot escape from them.
I'm just going to grab a leaf from one of these trees, add it to my pressed collection, along with the leaf that I chased down with luck and the flower I got from the little girl, just as a reminder of felling this thing, and just future proof, I guess, that we encountered this Indigo Guardian.
Okay.
In case we're called into question about it, or meet any interesting people.
Okay. Yeah, the trees, the leaves are almost greenish black, almost oily and sort of sickly, but quite a few of them have fallen to the ground.
So I look to Iskrin and I go, so what now? We took out this thing, which is, I assume, good. Frankly, I think everyone here is pretty not doing too well, but it depends on what's happening next. Like, can we take a rest, or do we need to leave now?
Ishkan pretty much dusts off around his collar and mantle and says, well, I'm feeling pretty drained and out of juice. He then looks down at the ground where the death weave tangles up and into it. Can he pinpoint a main flow of the weave going out or coming into it in any direction, or is it just like a web just going to the tree? Basically,
yeah, it's this sort of deep depression within the death weave, and I mean it's very consistent. That necrotic energy sort of flowed to this point. You do see leading off to the west, not as big as the sort of river, dry riverbed that was out across the road, but you do see, that there's sort of an area that leads into and what would flow right underneath of this tree and sort of curves out and around up to the north. Sort of this long curving, again, almost indelible impression within the death and water weave, that there is not, again, you're used to from using your phase step that channels like this normally, almost like arteries or veins through a creature, sort of have these sort of little pulsing waves moving in directions. This does not. It's just sort of like a dead riverbed within the weave, that doesn't seem to contain magic anymore, or like it should.
So after looking to the west and looking back to the north, I turn to Luck and say, "We simply follow the river of death."
Oh, that sounds pleasant.
Peachy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, there was a story in the village that was told. Always follow the positives. You know what? River of Death sounds like the most positive thing I've heard. Let's do this. You can just see, sweat is just like, oh dear.
maybe after a bit of a recharge for us.
Kel.
I just have a question to the DM. How clearly, because all the times before that I've seen these, they've been just barely perceptible out of the corner of my eye things.
Yeah.
The way you described these, it seemed like they were a lot more present than before. Is that
the lines that you saw, the actual ribbons of black magic that you saw flowing in, still you caught them out of the corner of your eye. It was almost, again, you first caught them as you were being strangled in air. You almost as sort of like your peripheral vision, as it started to close in from being suffocated, you were able to see these. And I will say, as you're taking a whiz, because your mind is on something else, you kind of see Iskrin sort of trace out with his hand an arc, saying, the river of death. And what's interesting, as he describes it, and as you have learned a little bit from feeling the magic flow into you, you would assume that one of these ribbons would be flowing along that path that he is sort of making an arc with his finger with. But they're not. What you see now that this tree has been destroyed is what you have often seen is, as soon as these ribbons break the surface of the water, they are blown away or pulled away as though they're in a violent wind down to the southeast.
Okay.
Anyone else with things they would like to do? Or I'd say Tian chimes in, whispering in his sort of voice that sounds like the wind through the trees to Axel and Dorvin. The gateway marks the extent of the bounds of Moss Hollow. We will find the village within.
That's what I'm afraid of. And he'll sort of hop up and sort of join in the rest, and he'll say that points over to the gateway. There's Moss Hollow, and lots of people died there. So if you want to look there, we could look. We can go look. Yeah, we can go. Maybe find some answers, maybe, or at least maybe more clues.
So do you guys head over to the gates?
Do we want to recharge ourselves first? Prepare? Because I do not feel like we were, quote, ready.
I would like to sit down.
Yeah.
Let's take a nice, long, short rest by the evil tree.
So, I mean, down here by the tree, I mean, this is pretty swampy area. You do see over here in front of the gates that, the ground slowly starting to rise up towards the gates, which are closed and locked. There is a short fence, probably only about 5 feet high, that arcs around as though it's a very large circumference, sort of encompassing this area where you see the land seems to be rising a little bit above this, just barely at the waterline level of the swamp, and that you've been sort of trudging through for the most part of today.
That looks like a nice spot. We can dry our boots.
Wonderful. My boots are messy. They kept being dragged through dirt. It was quite annoying.
Oh, my boots are bloodied.
Are they?
Squish around.
With
Yeah,
your
he pulls up his leg and you can see there's like a massive cut just down the side of his pants. Just from like getting hit from one attack. It's like,
You're gonna need to fix those pants. If you find your partner again, they ain't gonna be happy about your pants being cut. I know.
Really?
Women are not happy about your pants being damaged.
Women?
That's what it means, right? Your partner?
No.
We're just gonna stand in silence awkwardly for now. Dot. Yeah.
yeah.
So are we taking a short rest or no?
Yep. Short rest, long rest. What's the plan?
I think we might be taking
Short
short rest,
rest.
just sort of
Yeah,
sitting
Okay.
around
short's a good
before.
idea.
So yeah, you guys head over to sort of this area, away from the tree, and make camp there in front of the fence. I'm gonna go ahead and just go ahead and drop us off the
Oh.
map.
I like bowling. Nice.
And yeah, you can use your hit dice up to half your total hit dice is what I'm trying to say.
And
To restore hit points.
I do have Song of Rest.
Yep. So you get an additional.
D8.
It's
Or
a
is it
1d6.
still D-
I
Is it
think
still
he rolls
decent?
it, and whatever his roll is goes on to everybody's, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So getting it up right now. Roll one.
Well, before we start the short rest, because I get my wild shapes back after a short rest, I'm going to drop the wolf form
Okay.
so that it will be renewed
Yep.
with the short rest.
Cool.
Hey, it's something.
Hey, a one's a,
It's
better
it's
than nothing.
because it's been a rough day.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I
Is it a
am going
1d6
to-
or 1d8? Is it your inspiration die?
I don't.
It's
I-
1d8.
I
The
think
extra
it
hit
goes up
points
with
in-
your inspiration.
This
I'm not
says,
gonna-
according to what I'm looking at, the extra hit points increase when you reach certain levels in this class
Oh,
to
right,
1d8
right.
at 9th level,
Gotcha.
1d10 at
No,
Oh.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, it changes.
Never mind.
I don't know how to play D&D,
It's-
so I
I'm the
Googled.
same.
Oh, I don't
Yeah,
either.
Song
No,
of
no.
Rest. Song of Rest is its own thing.
Yeah, I
This
thought it
is-
was.
Oh,
I thought it was attached to
No,
inspiration die.
it's a separate thing.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think that's a mistake a lot of people make. So it's all good. I'm going to.
Luna, you're muted if you're talking to us. Oh, gotcha.
Gotcha.
No worries.
So I thought,
I'm going to prep that unknown. Well, the thing I do know, but I don't know what it does.
Exactly.
I'm going to try and still make sure I do it sort of, just not trying to make it look obvious. Just
Yep. Yeah, you're
You
sort of
know.
normal, little stealthy. Do me a sleight of hand check.
all right.
I get a fireball back. Yay.
Yep, you're while everybody else is resting and recovering and just again cleaning muck off their boots and pants and stuff. You, I'd say the only person Kel sees that you're making up something, but it doesn't necessarily register that it's anything other than that you're cooking, brewing, whatever type idea. He's the only one who has passive that's that high.
I would help everybody get mud and mud off.
Yeah, so you can use your water to get clean water because the water in the swamp is kind of nasty looking.
And I'll make my water and do it that way.
Yay. Cleaning.
Yep.
And prestidigitation as well.
Oh yeah. So between prestidigitation and Luna, basically you all can all but be sparkling clean after this. Wounds cleansed, etc. Yeah.
Neat.
So about 25 minutes passes by the time you sort of get settled in, get your rest, and get pulled together for this next leg of your journey toward Moss Hollow. So the gates are closed. I will say Iskrin just because it's so obvious. The short fence, has anchor deep death magic. Basically, it's almost like a mirror fence that is coming off of it underneath of it. It's almost as like a blade of in through the death weave for around the fence itself. That while it does not look very imposing physically, you're able to see that there is something else there.
Can I do a Arcana check or investigation check just on the gate to see if there's anything?
I'll let you just with your perception. The gate does not seem to be as have the same level of death magic around it, and for perception, the gate does not seem to hold specific magical qualities other beyond what there's lots of different magics that sort of coalesce in the swamp. The gate itself does not seem to have as much magic like the fence does.
He tries to kick it up.
Really? Okay. Do me a
after an hour.
Huh?
At the end of the hour, he'll kick it open.
Okay, so you go over there and do me an attack roll.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Are we ready to see a flying elf? Now I'm ready to see
just going to say that Axel's going to recast the floating disc.
You don't have unarmed. Actually, make me a D20 roll. Well, we'll just use that roll as your D20 roll. That's fine. What was it? It was an 11. So yeah, you get a boot on it. Just roll me a let's see, it's an improvised weapon. You're not proficient, so yeah, just roll me a D4. Yeah, the gates seem to hold. They are fairly strong, and seem to hold themselves together. They don't pop open in any way. Your big movie moment did not happen for you. It just
who else can it?
Against the big rattle, but they seem to be fairly stout and well made.
7,000 years old and you're still kicking doors?
How tightly are the gates sealed? Is there a gap underneath them?
Actually,
I mean, it's an open bar gate, so I mean, it's.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to throw me some investigation checks to get some description about this gate.
All right.
Iskrin turns back and says, "You think I'm
the important? Yeah, I want to say the important part. The rogue knows the gate's locked. There's I won't say there's a big giant padlock on it, but it is obviously there's a keyhole, and there is a.
Can I unlock it?
So yes, after Iskrin takes a big kick at it and it goes nowhere, you give him a slight pat and a smile of just. Yes, you may do a thieves' tool check on a 25.
The 4 words rogues love to say. Can I unlock it?
As she's locking it, I'm gonna nudge Iskrin and just say, "Yeah, keep an eye on this."
Yeah, and so with
and I walk up to the other side of Iskrin and just kind of whisper in his ear, "Meh."
Boy, the trees aren't the only thing that throw shade around this swamp. So Celia, as you're doing this, you kind of give Iskrin a smile, and the first thing you do is you take out a pair of tweezers and you reach in and you pull out a poison needle that you found during instigation, a poison needle trap that you did that, and then you go in there and with fairly ease undo the lock, give the little handle a twist that is on there, and push it open.
Celia just looks at Iskrin and says, "That's how it's done."
Yeah.
So what's
Kel coughs to hide an obvious laugh.
Yeah, the gates swing open, and what do you guys want to do?
We charge forward. With no stopping. No, we don't.
Okay.
Walk forwards as a group.
So, yes,
We
give
run
me,
away from the pie.
Keep getting a grasp of what we see through the gate.
so give me
before
just
we
because
open it.
it's going to become. Give me a bit of a marching order, if you will.
Before,
Well, let me do this. Through the gate, you do see a path weave off into, so the gate enters. As you look through it, it does seem as though the ground continues to sort of go up onto sort of a large, higher ground, sort of stable island here above the surrounding swamp. There are huge, this is just looking through the gate, y'all haven't gone through yet, just huge oak trees, live oak trees that are sort of crowded together all through this area. Different from these sort of weird, pale, finger-like trees before. These are trees that you all are more used to, seeing around the world. Big clumps of moss hang down from them. There's huge intertwining canopy up above. Between sort of the moss that hangs down and the trees and limbs of the branches, you see sort of cobwebs, and they sort of stir so that all of the moss just kind of almost breathes in and out in whatever slight little breezes that you might see, and that sort of make their way through this thick canopy and through the thick stagnant air, and through all of this, under the boughs of the trees and the lazily swinging moss and cobwebs, there's a pathway, a small sort of single-file pathway that disappears amongst the trunks of these huge trees. So,
just looking to Iskun. So, whatever the thing that is causing this thingy is that way.
Down the trail of death. He begins to walk.
You make this sound so friendly.
He begins to walk down the trail and says, "Come on, it's only a weave of magic." And then, as he gets like 5 feet ahead, he says, "If we all survive this, I'll take you to a holiday to the Neverwinters."
What's a Neverwinter? Who's a Neverwinter? Can you eat it?
Iskrin, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
He's good at these.
Down the path of... Follow me, down the path of death. It's like, dexterity saving.
And as you turn back to look at Luck telling you how you're going to take him on a visit, you fall right through a chunk of hallucinatory terrain into...
Oops.
Yep, you guys see as Iskrin, his foot just goes right through the ground and he falls in. Seriously, dude.
Can I teleport back?
I would say you would have been able to certainly get out of it, but with missing the dex, I'll say you didn't do it in time before you land on basically some punji sticks down at the bottom of it and take 7 piercing damage. As basically you get pungied through the feet.
How?
Okay, so after that,
do me a Constitution saving throw as advantage.
At advantage.
At advantage.
Yay!
17.
Okay.
Yeah, these sticks look kind of nasty and covered in weird moss and slime, but it seems as though you're able to clean out the holes that went through your boot before any sort of nastiness took a hold.
I kind of call out, maybe Celia should go first to check for traps.
Teleporting back next to you, he like pulls a stick out of his hair and like shakes one out of his boot and says, "Could be an idea." And just pulls one out of his back. It's all bloodied and shit, and it just pulls it out and drops it.
Are you okay?
I'll be fine. This is nothing.
He's just like doing that hand thing in front of his eyes.
I nod and say, he'll be fine. He's got
He's
this.
just
So
Luna will again wash you off to get your blood.
yeah, and we'll say that helps to clean anything that might have gotten in and infected your wounds. So Celia, do you take the lead as suggested?
Your weave is so pure.
Would you like
I
to?
will.
We can do some investigation checks.
How many?
Just go ahead and do one for me right now.
These 12.
On a 12, yeah, you point out this hallucinatory terrain trap, and make sure that everyone sort of skirts around it. And after about 30, I won't say 30 minutes, about 15 minutes, carefully treading underneath of these trees, again, this sort of weird, eerie, almost ghost-like movement from the trees above you, as the moss and these cobwebs and just sort of the age of the place sort of settles in on you. You see ahead a bit of a clearing, and Axel, you hear Tian's voice in your head. The village is just ahead. In Dwarven.
Okay. Axel is going to cast Detect Magic on himself, give himself magic vision
Okay.
as he follows up in the group. Just keep an eye out for anything's really in general, any of these spots.
Okay.
Sure, we scanning the wave as well.
Yep. I mean, the weave. Actually, Iskrin.
Pointing out the trail.
Yep. As you guys approach, so you approach what would sort of be the outskirts of town, where suddenly the trees sort of make way for sort of an open area, and in front of you, you see a small settlement made up of about a dozen really just very rough-hewn buildings. There's a small central square. One of the buildings seems to be like a gathering hall, a little bit larger than the others, but not huge. The others seem to be like residences. There is a well toward the center of this settlement. You can see from where you are 2 other paths lead out. One to the west and one sort of out to the northwest. The one directly to the west being the largest. You see, besides some of the residents, seem to be some little cleared land, possibly for crops. They're sort of overgrown now. The thing that's noticeable to all of you is that this whole settlement seems almost untouched by time. You had heard from Agatha that the incident when the rest of the guards had shown up to potentially rout the Indigo Seed from this area happened decades ago. And in a place like this, a swamp with insects and, lichens and moss and, lots of things that would normally degrade buildings and structures, these seem intact, as though they could have been lived in yesterday. Iskrin, the most striking and shocking thing to you, and what you now recognize probably drew you here. Do me a investigation check with advantage. There's something wrong. You can't put your finger on it. The weave of magic here it's wrong. It's not what it should be. You can't figure out what it might be, but something is deeply unsettling about this place to you.
This is not right. What?
Axel,
My eyes.
with your detect magic, it's weird. You can't... Do me an Arcana check.
I've already got it open. 20.
You don't detect any magic. You don't detect any magic. Skagith donates $10. Give Kel some love for something coolness. And hello all. Hey, thanks, Skagith.
Nice.
Just... It reminds you of the heart, almost.
He's just going to cast little light on his clothing.
Okay.
Where usually it mounts a light. Does that cause any particular unusual? Is it normal? And it appears in detect magic ways.
Yeah, no, and the light you cast seems... I mean, you're able to detect that your spell, you can see that it's cast on your thing. It shines light as it normally would. There is no feeling of that sort of molasses or anything like that here. Iskrin, you see a... you've seen light be cast before. It's puts a little bit of sort of the light in the life and fire, and nature. It just it's a small spell. There's just a little bit of around him. Do me another investigation as you see it affect the weave here. It's enough though, because now you see what's wrong. And while you can't see the real weave, it's almost as though the divots and the weaves and the ripples that you would normally see in the weave and around you, and especially in the swamp and like the empty riverbed, it's almost like someone has filled them in with something. It is a three-dimensional construct on what should be a two-dimensional plane of magic. It is unnatural. It's dangerous. This weight, whatever someone has done that's pressing down on the weave, is not something stable. Things get pushed through the weave when something pushes on it like this, and things that fall through the weave suddenly are cast adrift through time and space. Concepts, ideas. This is not good. Whoever did this was foolish or desperate or possibly both.
Well, the TARDIS makes sense now.
Someone is going to pay. And he kind of takes a few steps forward, drops to one knee, put his hand on the ground, just looks around. This is horrible. Looks back at the party.
What's horrible? It looks like a town or village.
The magic here is flat, like the heart. It's.
Imagine,
What?
Mr. Luck. Imagine a fishing net, spread out, taut, as tight as can be.
Uh-huh.
Fishing net is.
and then drop a large rock on it.
That would break.
More or less. It would strain the net. Stretch. The net would fail. More or less.
Hey, Kyle, move your mic just a little bit. You're fading out just a little bit. Oh no, towards your mouth. No, we can't hear you.
Sorry about that.
There you go.
Right. He says, more or less, the net will break or be strained completely.
And what would happen then?
Imagine yourself underneath the net, underneath the rock.
Ouch.
Indeed.
But doesn't like the weave change and like dip, like Kel's an anchor, and when I cast the spell, the weave sort of twists and then and then.
That is true. It does.
So is that always a bad thing?
So what we do, you and I, Iska, the other ones who can manipulate the weave. We use it. We play with it. We affect its force in different ways, but it always returns to normal. There is no pressure. There is nothing taken, and it moves around and about. Whatever has been applied here, it's foreign. It's not right. Anything that gets put down on the weave usually unravels itself in the context of casting spells and the arcanes. But now there's a rock on the net.
How do we move the rock?
Can I make a investigation check on that?
Sure.
Good.
But again, still, you don't know. I mean, this is without knowing what happened or what was put here or why. This is what's obvious is this is meant to obscure whatever indelible inventions that happen to the weave, like the riverbeds, are natural and aren't a constant weight, just as you explained. What someone has done here is basically, if you think of your same net with a rock in it, you would normally be able to see where the dents of the weave were. Take the rock out, and there's always still a little bit of a depression in the weave.
Yeah.
No, how big of a spell it is, but it goes away with time, as you said. Basically, what someone has done here is taken your net and filled it with water so that it looks as though the net is still flat, even though it has these depressions and dents underneath it. It is meant to obscure some powerful something that happened and has left or would have left an indelible mark on the weave, but to make it so that it can't be detected, just as Axel's seeing with his detect magic, that he's seeing nothing, but you can tell that the weave's distorted. It should be visible to you. It should be visible to detection of magic, which is somewhat of detecting the weave. Someone has basically filled in, almost like with paste or plaster, the weave itself, and that goop, magical mess, is causing constant pressure on.
At which time he's going to throw an Eldritch Blast out just as an experiment at a building or just into the area to see what happens.
Yep. So you see it shoot across. It's interesting. It barely makes a ripple across the top of this surface. This false magical filler.
So, should we go into the village, or do we just keep standing here?
No, we should definitely indeed look around.
Can you tell how long this has been this way? Is this the work of Valturion, or is this something that's been here before? A tiefling making his way.
This, you can tell, this has been here for a while. This is not something that is weeks old. This is because that you're able to see that the weave has been strained and is continuing to be strained by this. This, there are spells that last days and weeks that, again, still get lighter on the weave. This has been straining the weave for far, far too long.
This is years and years. Whoever did this.
Roughly?
You can't narrow it down to that.
A large amount of life cycles.
So maybe since the
Probably decades, not centuries, we'll say.
I said cycles, but yeah.
Nice.
Yes. We should roll through together. I don't recommend splitting up. But he turns to Cilia. You're more than likely better to find something than I. If I end up in another pit, I will owe you a cookie.
Yay.
And with that, so you want to do an investigation check, Cilia?
Yeah.
And I'm going to have Kel do me a nature check as well.
Exploring. There's nothing arcanic that stands
No,
up.
you're getting no input across the magical spectrum at this point. And as you guys step out into the village of Moss Hollow, well and true, that is where we'll end our session for the day.
Not even with an answer to dice.
Nice.
Thank you for taking my curse off. Like it took a lot of sacrificing to take the curse off me and transfer it to you. But thank you for that.
Tell me about it. So anyway, with that, we'll finish up our session, everybody. Thank you guys for joining in. I was gonna say, we could keep going if people want to, or we can go ahead and call it. I don't know what people's schedules are.
The sun's not up yet, so I'm good.
I see Bird doing a.
Unless everyone rallies and wants to go for a little bit.
I will say this.
I'm up for
I will say this. There
point.
is. I would say probably be less than an hour, depending on some of the decisions you make. It'll be pretty quick. It'll be very easily obvious whether or not how much this next little chunk will take.
All in favor of playing through, raise your hand.
Are you okay, Templar, or was that a raised hand?
Yeah. I'm a bit tired. I'm not entirely fully engaged. But,
Okay.
I'm not going to die in the next hour from exhaustion or anything like that.
So.
But
Okay, so on that, we're gonna go into extended session, folks. Gosh,
Okay.
we announced that and we bounced up to 28 viewers.
Unbelievable. The first time ever the Vice goes over.
I know, right?
First time for everything.
They always end on time.
Yeah. So you guys step out into the village, and
That was sarcasm.
I know.
Ishkrin.
You guys step out into the village, and with very quick, there doesn't seem to be any traps, Cilia. Again, the Arcana, your magical detect magic vision, Axel does not seem to be in any way affected by this. The weave is obscured. Just across the board, let's everyone give me investigation checks, and we'll say that you guys split up and move into the different buildings, always staying in pairs, not splitting the party completely. Again, this, truly it's like shouting distance for most all of you from, this is a very small village. So with that, enough successes there. You quickly sort of scour the villages, and you don't find anything. I mean, there is, again, as though people left yesterday. Pots, pans, everything along those lines are still in place. Books, notepads, weapons, nothing of any great value or great interest, all just sort of trivial in nature. But no people, no sign of struggle. It is well and truly a ghost town.
Why is everyone gone?
But you don't. There was the whole story about the slaughter at Moss Hollow.
Yeah, but slaughter isn't typically.
Remember, this isn't where the slaughter happened. The slaughter happened to the north. This was where the Indigo Seed was holed up. But when they arrived, when all of the armies arrived after being convinced by the Arcana Mystica that they had been doing blood magic at the slaughter site, the armies arrived, and this is pretty much what they found, even though it was close to 25, 30 years ago.
Just a quick clarification, is this where, Axel, just a little bit ago, you said that like there was, like you heard like the screams of like death nearby?
Yes, from this direction. Certainly, absolutely from the direction that you ended up walking in.
Yeah, from the west. This way.
Did this happened ages ago? Why is everything so clean?
Iskrin, how much power would you need to create this fake weave?
To create something like this, you would need something earth-shattering, in your terms, for something to maintain it. The amount of energy, constant energy for all this time.
Then don't we just find a thing that's maintaining this?
If we can find it.
Well,
it would need he looks over at Iska and says, your Arcana Mystica. None of them be able to hold a tea to juggling this sort of energy. This is to maintain this, to create this, to lay it all out, to hold it like this.
So it would like
it'll be celestial. It will be
demonic, otherworldly. Because what the tiefling was, when the stories we were told that they were warlocks, so they would maybe have access to the power to do this.
Unless they formed a pact with an entity outside the spheres, I'm not too sure. How they even got into communication with such an entity, a being. I'm frustrated by this. And he'll shoot up. He'll cast Eldritch Blast at a fence and try to break it.
It shoots it and it hits it and does damage to it. Kel, on your nature check, this area is devoid of life. Even in your human form, I assume you're your human form, it's almost like you can feel the hackles of every one of your beast shapes raise. There is such a wrongness about this place that even not in wild shape, you can feel the influence of your wild shape's instincts wanting you to leave.
Axel is going to just fetch, probably a random piece of wood, maybe the one that Ishgrim broke, and he's just going to sit down for about 10 minutes, and he's going to be scribing a dragon rune on that piece of wood.
Do you want
10
10 minutes or 20 minutes would probably cover the whole village.
it's the hidden lore that he's actually trying for
gotcha.
this time.
Okay.
So it's just like, you just need an object. So just random piece of wood. As an action, once per day, you can activate this room on a paired object. Once activated, you gain hidden knowledge regarding items or persons. So, yeah.
Yep. As you finish subscribing the rune, your eyes flash golden as the magic takes effect. And you've never seen this before. The entire village, every building, every item, everywhere you look is hiding secrets.
He's just going to wander around.
Yeah, it is literally the only thing that does not contain the glow. Is your party, except for Iskrin.
Yeah, I imagine everyone's got some hidden things that he doesn't know, but yeah.
Yeah, but no, it's always been specific items, specific things, literally the shingles, the well, buckets, tools, the ground, the rocks on the ground. Everything is hiding something.
Yeah. Just sort of gonna look around vaguely. I mean, you can't really pinpoint anything. You can't really figure anything secrets out or anything. He's just gonna be wandering around looking.
As you step in certain spots, you hear individual screams, but not just as you step on a certain area inside a certain house. It's not everywhere. It's almost little points. You hear this faint, distant scream, and a strange tune seems to be playing as well. Some far off little piece of music.
When he first heard the screams, could he get an idea of the amount?
Dozens, probably dozens.
Okay.
When you were outside of the gates, here you only hear individual.
Yeah, but dozens, so not hundreds.
No.
Okay. So he's gonna find one of these locations, and he's gonna. I'm thinking, because I think people died here, and I'm thinking maybe we can look. But we're going to be. I think we're going to be watching someone die. From them. From where they are, we'll see someone die when we're them. I'm going to do that now, and if you don't want to watch, then you don't have to. But he sort of, be here, and he sort of sits down and he starts readying the ritual. And basically, it's like saying, stand here if you want to be involved, or outside if you don't.
So Axel explains the spell to you. He will be drawing a rune. Like I said, it'll probably take 20 minutes if you want to encompass the area that you see hiding secrets, to encompass the whole village. And he tells you that if you want to see what happened for yourself, you need to step within the rune. And if you don't, to step outside the boundaries of the village.
Okay, so she shows everything that happens in the boundary of the.
Well, so yeah, the rune itself, as you make it bigger and bigger, you don't actually draw it around the entire village, but you know that for each extra 10 minutes that you sort of add to it, it adds 100 yards to its radius. Knowing that the first 10 minutes gives you about 100-yard radius to get almost 400 yards across, which would be the whole village, would be would give you this. Certainly all 7 of you could stand inside of the rune. It's fairly large rune. I mean, you kind of need to use the clearing there. And before I'm going to pitch the thing, I'm drinking too much iced tea. Pitch the charity real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay, so this month's charity is Project Semicolon. They are an organization dedicated to the prevention of suicide by raising awareness and equipping people with the right tools. So yeah, donate if you can. You definitely don't have to. If you can't donate, share. Let other people know about this stream and what we are trying to do here. I did put some resources. Jay put some resources down below. If you are having suicidal thoughts, do not be afraid to talk to somebody. The suicide hotline is down there, and the crisis text line is down there.
Thank you. That was good. That was
The
thoughts,
another
yeah.
one. I can
Please
do that.
reach out.
another pun.
Oh God.
Another. Yeah.
Okay,
Wait,
because
this is too heavy.
we're about to see some stuff, so we need a pun to keep us stable. I think keep us locked in.
What do you call a sick cup?
Sorry.
Wait, you're not as sorry as you're about to be.
Huh.
Yeah.
What do you call a sick cup?
I don't know what.
A coffee mug. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
It's a double. This is what happens when I go over. We end up with 2 puns of the week.
Yep.
Okay, so I mean, I won't make Axel do a intelligence check on this, but you do know from your understanding of this rune that certainly the more sets of eyes that you have getting different perspectives, potentially the more knowledge that you will gain. But so far, every time you've experienced the death rune, you also know that it has loosened your soul within your body, within your mortal form.
Ishkin's going to try help.
Well, yeah, then
Axel
he would share
ritual.
that with people.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, is that you would share
If he
that.
felt this rune would replicate that for them, then he would very clearly, you might detach.
You don't know that for a fact, but
Yeah, yeah. Then he would share that. It's like you might feel you might.
so who's in and who's out?
Because it's like, yeah, a little bit of your soul might be pulled away from your body.
I'm in.
Take as much as my life force and energy as need to.
Iskrin's in. I assume that means you're in, Iskrin?
Yeah.
Iska, you in?
We didn't find that resurrection scroll for nothing. I'm in.
Celia, you in?
Yep, I'm in.
Okay.
He makes sure he gets that resurrection scroll. Just puts it on the ground next to him.
Yes.
out of his
Just in
scroll
case.
case, just in case, because what's going to go wrong? It's probably going to be him.
Yeah.
In case of emergency, break scroll case.
Yeah.
So he will settle down, and I think it's going to be like 40 minutes to encompass the village.
I'm sorry?
Correct? 10 minutes per 100 yards?
No, what I was saying is that it's for radius. So
Alright.
you already get 200 from the first. It extends it another by 100. So you basically in 20 minutes you'll have this.
Okay.
Taken care of.
Then, yeah, it'll be a 20-minute ritual.
Yep.
Sort of just...
So you guys all
Yeah.
see Axel madly scratching on the ground, making these weird And as you look at them, almost unsettling markings, there's something that you can tell. This is death, and it's Iskren. Your sight is. You don't know how to explain it. This, if there's a way to even say that, is deeper than the weave. This is almost close to the magic that you witnessed from the Frost Prince himself, as this rune begins to connect and lines of power begin to outline on it as it gets bigger and larger and starts to spread out across. And Axel motions for everyone who's going to do it to step in, and each of you step across the threshold, and you can feel this deep coldness within you. And Axel completes the last line. And you are swept into almost like a fog. The whole village seems to be this deep, dense fog. You can't see each other anymore. You can't see the village. You can't see the buildings. Iskren, you feel yourself being drawn toward the outskirts of the village. And you see there a farmer. And she's working the fields with her druidic magic. And just as soon as you see her, you get pulled into her. And you suddenly are this tiefling. And while you have no control over the body, you can see yourself manipulating the weave of nature, creating these furrows in the ground and druid crafting and coaxing crops. And that's when you notice him. There at the edge. Oh, that's not playing. Why is that not playing? Oh, I lost my song.
I hear one.
We're hearing it.
Whatever's happening now is still pretty creepy.
Like the really creepy one?
Are you hearing like the little tones?
Ding, ding,
Okay.
ding.
So that's so crazy. I can't hear it. Which
That
I'm
happens to me
going to
sometimes,
need
too.
to later. So just give me half a second while I reload my Roll20. Yes, it should sound like a music box.
Cool. So this is a fun thing that we're doing, right?
There it is.
Oh no, I'm very scared and creeped out. This is horrifying. I hate you so much.
Be a jam session.
Yeah, this is usual. Thought you watched these.
So yes, Axel, in the fog, you recognize this song that you had heard before, even on the material plane. But Iskren, you get pulled forward into this farmer, and you look up, and your vision is now clear once you've entered the body. And it's almost just like you're living your life. You only have a faint sense of the weave around you as you're looking through her eyes and not your own, but it does give you a bit more more information than this woman would have had. And there, on the outskirts of the town, you see a tall, humanoid figure whose form seems to be blurred from not only this being's sight, but from your sight as well. But what you see from beyond and above him, this incredible, concentrated weave of magic, as though he's channeling something. And you see, with hands outspread from underneath his dark cloak, you see flowing out of him this almost liquefied magic paste flowing across the land, obscuring whatever is about to happen in this place.
He's going to pay.
This is gonna be fun.
Can I memorize his wave, his aura around him, just from this experience?
I would say, I mean, that's the thing, is you don't have enough of a sense of him because you don't have your own sight that you're working with here.
Okay, true.
You're working with this other person's sight. Yeah. So you don't have your normal insight that you normally would. Luna, you are pulled through the fog into a residence, and you see a tiefling male sort of over a countertop conjuring good berries, making maybe dinner or lunch or some snack of some kind. And you get pulled into this being, and again, then your sight is his, and you are in control of it, and you look over and you know enough of his thoughts. You see your wife beside the hearth, cooking, making up some sort of stew, and you hear her call out 2 names, and you see 2 children run in and sort of try to snatch a good berry from off the countertop in front of you as they run over to take their places at the table. Luck, you are pulled into the fog and into a residence and find yourself looking at a woman who's squatting down over top of a hearth preparing some type of meal, a tiefling woman, and you are pulled into her body and see with her sight. And as you finish this stew, you call out for 2 names, and 2 children run down the stairs. They try to snag a good berry from your husband's countertop where he's working before they go and sit down at the table getting ready for their meal. Kel, Cilia, and Iska, you all don't move very far. You just sort of coalesce. You see 3 children jumping rope, 2 spinning, 1 jumping, 2 boys and a girl. And you move into their bodies. And Kel, there's this feeling of nostalgia of this group of 3, 2 boys and a girl, tieflings all jumping rope. Normal afternoon day. Cilia, Niska, as you're spinning the rope, you're saying a little ditty, a little tune that you know, that you always jump rope to. This weird little tune as you jump your rope. Something that you've known pretty much all your life, was always kind of a joking little ditty that was meant to sort of be fun and scary and try to keep you, make sure you didn't miss the rope. Axel, you get pulled into another residence. You're sitting at a desk in front of a window. You're a learned man, a learned tiefling. You are pondering over the writings of Marat. This weird translation, this weird premonition that one of your members had almost a decade ago. And as you look at it, you know something is missing, but you can't seem to puzzle it together. Just about then, you hear a disturbance outside of the window, and you see those kids jumping rope again, who are always making far too much noise, but their heads all sort of pop up and look in one direction. Celia, Iska, Kel. On the edge of your village, you see red hooded figures, one at each roadway, beginning to walk into the village. There seems to be another sort of shorter, more slender of build, wearing midnight blue hooded robe. And from beneath that hood, it almost seems like you see the glinting of stars shimmering. It points their finger forward, and the red robes begin to move forward. And that's when you, Celia and Iska, notice Kel as he's jumping rope, or this other boy as he's jumping rope. It takes him a little bit longer to land, and then the next time he jumps, his feet don't touch the ground as he begins to float slowly up into the air, and your feet lift off the ground as you're trying to spin the rope. Axel, that's when you see it. Two things at once. You see these children playing jump rope, but how are they jumping that high? And like a spark in the window, inspiration of what you were thinking of with this vision. The city, the temples, the island, the shrines, everything was pointing to this one same place. You had found it. It's like a ghostly image in the window itself. But that's when you started to hear the screaming and the sound of leather wings, hundreds of them. Celia, Iska, Kel, you're floating into the air, and you see one of the village elders who's overworking in the farm. She is drifting up towards the sky, and that's when you see, or don't see, her arm gets ripped off, and the blood still continues to rise further into the air, leaving not even a drop of blood or a trace of blood. Everything, more wings start hovering in, and you see as two of your friends, one of this red-robed figure casts their hand into their house, and you see a spectral hand drag your two friends out and throw them into the sky, and followed by their mother and their father. And they all begin to float upward. And now there's almost this red cloud above as invisible nether wings descend upon these now floating tieflings. Arms, legs, torsos being ripped apart, and everything just floating upward. Axel, you hear the screams from within your place, and you begin to feel yourself being lifted from your desk and then slammed into the ceiling. Nothing else is lifted, just you. You think to yourself, not this way. The stories, they couldn't actually have been true, could they? But you see a loose nail, and you know somehow you have to pass on the last piece of Marat's visions, because without it, the mission after all these years, the mission of the Indigo Seed will fail if you can't somehow pass on this piece of information. And you begin scratching madly with a nail into the ceiling. You know you can't be caught. You hear doors slammed open from next to you as other people are thrown out of their houses. Screams, wails. Out your window, you see blood that should be falling like rain, but before it hits the ground, continues to rise higher and higher into the air. You hear someone coming for you, and you don't want them to see what you've done. You know you haven't finished, but you hope that you've got enough that someone, somewhere, they will find this and know. As a spectral hand reaches in, drags you slowly, takes you out into the center of the square, and lets you go. And all you can think of as you slowly drift upward is the words of that little ditty. Feeders on the road, my oh my. Feeders in the town, throw you in the sky. Feeders on your street, I'm not gonna lie. Feeders in your house, it's time to die. I need all of you to make a death saving throw. For those of you that failed, I'm shaking. I don't know about you guys. But for all those that you failed, please mark off one death save. If you passed, you do not take one. As all of you rush back into your bodies, having seen the death, the obliteration of the indigo seed, and the legacy of Moss Hollow. Axel, you look over to the building of the person you had inhabited. It still stands.
He's kind of stumble and stagger to his feet. You know, it doesn't quite, that whole experience left him a bit disorientated. But he is basically going, as soon as he's on 2 feet, he goes onto all fours and he is heading straight for that building. But if you, it's like his fur's on end. He is, angry, startled cat. His fur is, he's a big fluff ball of spiky fur. Mm-hmm. And it's sort of like this quiet growl as he's just rushing towards this building.
Am I aware enough to see Axel taking off like that?
I'll actually do me tell you what, do me like a Constitution save just to see how coming out of this and truly feeling your soul somewhat be pulled away from you, how quickly you recover.
Not.
Kel, you are all but stunned in stunned silence. I'd say this is a good 15 con save. So those who rolled above 15, you are able to just get yourself back in your body and gathered enough to take action. But Axel moved first, was able to pull himself out of having experienced death runes before. Yeah,
he's been through it before.
Yeah, Celia will immediately just chase after him.
Yep.
Ishkin's more determined than ever.
Okay.
And as soon as he comes into his body, he says, "Celestial dragons," and looks up and teleports after Axel.
Yep.
I'm following. Actually, do the people who look like they failed? Are they just stood there?
They're just stunned. They're breathing, but they're just. You could fall to the ground if you say that you're stunned enough that you basically just sit down, or.
Even
I'm
if
kind of down on one knee and my hands. I'm just kind of leaning forward with my head bowed and my hands flat on the ground.
Then Look's gonna
Even if
just
Miska had passed it, she was going to do the same thing, to just go to the ground, sit, and just...
Look is
just
Look
having
is
lived
just there, just like, are you okay?
As Ishkrin approaches Axel, like he's just muttering insanely, "Not again. It's happening again. Not again. Not another one. Not another sphere. Not again."
Axel is, he doesn't stop until he's in that room.
Yep. So I'll say, I mean, you with your tabaxi, athleticism, and dexterity, you basically go right up the wall, up on the rafters, and look, and there, scratched into the surface, you see part of a word. You are welcome to make an intelligence check. Did Luna make it? I forget. Did Luna? Did you make your save?
Yeah.
I think she did. Yeah.
So both Luna and Axel. Luna, use your cartography check.
Oh, okay.
To see if you've heard this before.
Can I use an inspiration on that?
You can.
Inspiration.
Yep, you all can use inspirations.
He is way too riled for this.
Yeah.
It's just in common, isn't it?
Yep.
Or
It's just, actually it is just in common, which is you've always seen things in Infernal before from these folks, but these you see. Axel, you think you've heard or seen this before somewhere near the Mirror Vale Forest, there, where the boundary between our world and the Feywild is thinnest. There are islands there that you can't be sure. Luna, with your 16, you, in your study of maps, even though you haven't had a great deal of it, this is kind of one of like the, like kids knowing about the Bermuda Triangle. There's a place called the Lutaxian Islands off the east coast that has, there's a large city there that just offshore is an island where supposedly magic is at its most thin between the planes, and things sometimes sneak through one way or another. And with that, I'll say we'll finish. Unless you've got something to do, I'll say we'll finish our session there.
Ishkin says, "We're all gonna die."
We're all gonna die!
And I would like to thank our resident composer, Danny, for putting together the Song of the Feeders for me.
That was beautiful. Holy, oh my god.
That's going to be stuck in my head for ages. I'm going to have nightmares tonight. Thanks, Tall Squall.
You're welcome. So thank you everyone for tuning in. I hope you all enjoyed it. Let's go around. Hope everyone had fun. Tell me what you liked, what you didn't like. A long combat, and then an interesting end to our adventure in Moss Hollow. Let's start off with Celia, Tree Hugging Druid. Where can we find you? Do you have fun?
Yeah, I had fun.
You killed a tree.
Tree today. Tree Hugging Druid killed a tree.
Yes.
All worth it.
You killed your own kind.
You hugged it. To death.
Yeah, I'm going to link my Twitter in the chat here. You can follow me on there. I don't really tweet that much. I mostly just like retweet stuff. But when I do tweet, I tweet. I do not stream on Twitch, I've been thinking about it, but hasn't happened.
Yeah.
So yeah, that happened.
So let's move up to Templar Warden. Thanks for hanging in. I know it's late there, man.
Yeah.
But soon it might be early for you.
Yeah, I am a Templar Warden. I play Hidden by Axel, the Tabaxi wizard, who has just opened a doorway to horrors untold for the rest of his crew. It's always fun. And I am Templar Warden. You may catch me pretty much on anywhere on the internet. I am Templar Warden, or you may also find me on Twitter at Rainer Templar. It was very. I mean, the fight. Unfortunately, I couldn't be quite as invested in as I normally would have been because I was just a bit. But as soon as we sort of started settling in, it worked out, and then you hit us with that, and yeah, I think when you go off stream, I think things are going to be set.
I think so too. I'm bracing myself for my favorite seal of approval from my players.
It was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant.
Let's jump to Danny Tunarth, so we can give the last word to Dragons Are Cats, since we didn't let him tweet himself last time. That didn't sound right at all. Go tweet yourself, man. Anyway, go ahead, Danny.
So yeah,
again, thank you for the music.
Oh, I'm glad I got it the way you wanted.
I'll tell you, he did not know the lyrics. I had to sit there and tell him da 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 da, and he put that together from my horrible singing voice and me saying I want it like a music box and to slow down at the end, and we got that amazingness.
Yeah, I added subliminal creepy things in too because he said he wanted it to be creepy. So I was like, okay, I can do that.
Creepy enough for you guys?
It was. So yeah, I'm so confused as to what's happening because Kel's like, I don't know about all of this arcane crap. Just can I kill something and make things better? That'd be great. Yeah. I mean, intense combat and intense story, and yeah, amazing session. And I'm sure we'll have plenty of post-mortem tomorrow morning during Dungeons and Coffees too.
Yep.
So yeah.
Cool. Alicia, thank you so much. I'm so glad you were able to tune in for the last bit, even though you didn't make it for all of the combat, because this was the part I was hoping that you would be a part of. So thank you for taking time out from your convention and and coming and listening to my little ghost story.
Mm-hmm. And what I took from that is Tieflings has families and I don't. That's what I took. Oh. I
know, but not anymore. They don't.
What families?
No,
they're gone.
Families. They're together in whatever afterlife they.
No, they're together in a big bloody mess.
They're together and digested.
But yes, I am NNG9 on Twitch and NNG98 on Twitter. I live tweet random things like shows I like and just other random events, whatever I feel like. And on Twitch, I normally stream lately Kingdom Hearts games where I play it on harder difficulties and swear a whole bunch. I will not be playing tonight because I'm still at the convention. I may or may not play tomorrow. It's going to be kind of a long day at airport, so we'll see. If we do, it'll be in the evening. Yeah, good stuff. We didn't die. And puns.
It was close, and multiple puns. Good Guy Pie.
Good Guy Pie.
You know what the best part about this is? It's Luck's story that's the scary story.
Wait, what? Wait, no.
This is me just warming up.
Is the contract still... Is it
absolutely
still
unbreakable?
Damn it. No loopholes, I'm guessing.
Nope.
Damn. Well, I'm Good Guy Pie. I probably won't be a Good Guy Pie by the end of all this campaign. I will probably be broken emotionally Guy Pie. But as we all know, but that would be a pain in the ass to rebrand. But anyway, You can find me on the Twitter at TooGood2Guy. You can find me on the Twitch at GoodGuyPie, and you can find me eventually releasing my comic, and eventually August is running up. So when that August hits, that first release of Randor's Engine will be coming. So August is nearby, people. So look forward to it as steampunk shenanigans and Cold War is on its way.
Cool.
Steam powered giraffe reference.
Bird versus plane.
What's up, folks? I'm Bird, and I'm unnerved. That was a fun session. Man, Iska in Magic Suppressed Combat is a tough thing to figure out, but I had a lot of fun with it still. I stream occasionally. I'm getting back into it. You can find me at twitch.tv/birdversusplane, where I also stream for charity. We've been streaming Tales from the Borderlands, and we're going to start Prey, I think, tonight. So if you can't get enough of the spooks, come for more spookiness. Cool. Also, Six-Sided Diaries, a Pathfinder podcast. That's it.
Very cool.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
And for last but not least, Dragons Are Cats, our guest player who came into this wonderful, fun little story as a kind of new outsider to our world.
And I'll tell you what, I'd like to play for another 8 hours, please. Holy crap, Mike. After that combat, everything else after that, even after all the falling into that pit and leading up into the town, like mine, not just Ishkrin's. I wasn't role-playing. I was very intrigued. And now just after that nice little ditty, holy wow. I am... Celestial Dragons, man. Thanks.
Real quick, while we're on stream, thank you for being such a good sport about us giving you so much crap.
Yes.
I loved it.
I mean, we give everyone crap. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, just what you got like 4 in a row, which is kind of brutal.
I don't know. Well, yeah, it makes up for the 6 I dished out in that 1 hour.
Yeah, that was...
I was gonna say there was a little payback there. I think from the absolute mess that you left everyone in last time. But I mean, I will also say it was very interesting. You know, we often talk about how our dice tell the story. That Iskrin, you know, in the midst of this sort of new tree and a magic absorption, you couldn't roll for crap. I mean, it was 100% the dice talking there, man.
The dice hated me tonight. But no, Ishton's actually got a flaw. He brings things on himself. So, played suit. But I am Dragons Are Cats. I had a hell of a time tonight, the previous session, and it's going to be incredible the next session because these Neverwings, man. Oh, he knows some stuff. But we're gonna see what happens now.
Yeah.
You can find me on the Twitters and the YouTubes and the everything is going to be in chat. But it's Dragons Are Cats mostly, and YouTube is user/QCD1238. And I usually stream D&D on Tuesday nights
which is Tuesday mornings Eastern time.
Tuesday morning Eastern time because I'm here in sunny Australia. It's like 7 a.m. now. It's great.
In the dead of winter.
In the dead of winter.
It's been nice and chilly. You know, it got to about 3 degrees Celsius.
Nice.
That sounds peachy.
So, guys, I will say this for Tuesday mornings. It is worth chiming in. There is some great role play and some epic storytelling that is happening in Ishkrin's campaign. It is very cool. He has done some modifications to. Is it Dragon Queen's Horde or is it Rise of Tiamat?
Yeah, no, it's same. That's part A and part B.
Right, part A and part B. So,
Horde of Dragon Queen, yeah. Just put my own little spin on it.
Brilliant. If nothing else, just tune in for the accents alone of a bunch of all the Australian guys playing their Australian characters, doing fantasy realm stuff. It's great.
As long as it's not New Zealand accents, because those are terrible. They're painful.
But
Fish brew.
But anyway, so Dragons or Cats will be back with us again for a couple more weeks as we try to solve this mystery of Moss Hollow and other things that might or might not occur now that we
All
have
jokes are out.
some new information. So everyone, thank you for turning in. Thank you for supporting our charity and for all your donations. I forgot to add in the subscriptions. We will do that tomorrow morning, so I can collect all of them, and so we'll put them in at the end of Dungeons and Coffees. So I'll put my weekly upgrade. And until next time, gather your friends together and tell a story, preferably with spooky music, because there is nothing better. Have a great one, everyone.
Toodaloo.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.